restarted a bit. Okay. This doesn't seem to be working over here. Testing out a new service here. Why aren't we online? Hello, Arno. Yes, you are first, and I am late. Why isn't this? It says it's streaming to it. It says I'm offline. Wow. If I come in here, yes, okay. Well, well, it says I'm live here. Start streaming. I'm gonna click this. Okay, well, let's. Grab that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's just all messed up still. Let me put down that down here. I know this is a thrilling start. Okay, there we go, yes. Save. Okay, well now it says we're starting to stream here. Good, I guess. Test here, yes. Okay, well, I guess I'm live over here. Let's see if I go back. I'm live here. Okay, well, that's how you do it with that, I guess. Yeah, if anybody's wondering what all the sort of messing around I've been doing, there's a new Twitch clone out called kick.com. It's in beta. I decided I was going to test streaming there as well. I'm restreaming in that I'm streaming on many services at once, not just a single one. So if you're out there, hi. Hello. Guten Morgen. Ohayo gozaimasu. We lost 2 convoys there. Where are we? Oh, maybe to. Oh, probably going to Sardinia. Why are we? Oh no, we're coming to here. Well, let's see what we're going to do about this. Okay. We're going to put that on avoid. Let's go back to here. Okay, well, we're still. Oh. Okay, but we're probably not sending supply. Oh, supply. Okay, we're sending supplies here. Yay. We're sending supplies here, and hopefully we'll go to there. Okay. This way we don't have to battle for the central Mediterranean. Okay. Yeah, just me trying to figure all this stuff out. Right, okay. Few things I saw that I wanted to do. Let's select this. what I want to do is create all submarines transfer to the new task force. Right. And these guys, I want to I think we're going to patrol. Here. Moving to a region. No, I never have figured out this. Deselect. Okay, don't want you going to the Terrarian Sea. Yes, I know I'm not online on Facebook. Arno, sorry about that. I can only go onto 5 services at once, and I had to make a choice as to what service I went on, and gotten very little. For such a big platform, I've gotten very little interaction on Facebook, so I decided to not do that today. Delete task force. Ships. No, I don't want to destroy the ships. Don't want to do this either. What I want is this to be its own independent force here. And I wish it was simple. I knew how to do it. Open the task force composition. Active regions. It says active regions. How do I stop it being active in a region? How do I cancel all orders? I don't want to change leaders. I want to refit, repairing it. No, I'm getting upset. Maybe I need to come down here, hold, or okay, remove region. There we are. Okay, now you're coming down to here. Yeah. Now you guys, I want you to patrol here. No, here. See, this is the this is what I want to have these guys do different things. I know they're super clever, but how do I okay, there we go. Maybe that'll do it. Okay, so okay, now I want you to here in patrol. Okay, so I had to do this. Okay, well, maybe it's not as complicated as I'm making it out, but it's frustrating when it should be something simple. Right.
Attento!
Yeah.
Ordini? Pronto all'azione! Avanzate!
There's 2 divisions here. Main push there when we go after Yugoslavia.
Comandi! Avanzate!
Okay. Fun to watch gamer get upset at the computer. Old man shouts at the sky, you know, that kind of thing. Need to open the Coke here. Go to war economy. So let's do that. Hello, Yoshi. Didn't even look up there. Hello, Yoshihisa Shimazu. Good day to you. And hello, Crunchy. Real world or simulation? Well, we're not sure anymore. Are you sure? Maybe it's a real world playing a simulation. Well, more oil. Synthetic oil plant. No, yeah, we got there, and we'll do that. Evil doctrines. Run this here now, so destroyer detection. Yeah, we could try to keep our supply lanes to Italy open a little bit longer. No spoiler, please. Well, okay. There's always spoilers. Gotta be ready for those. Now we got an armored division here. where do we want to put it? We got one armored division up there, or at least what we call an armored division. It's something of an armored division. Okay. One up there. 3 down here. Don't think I want to send too much more to there. Well, let's send it here so we have a concentration of force. Okay. Now, let's create a we just can do let's come down here and when you get down here, I thought you would be able to do that. Well, maybe not. Oh, they could do port strike. They can't do naval strike. Okay. Well, all right. Hello, ID Jester. Game, but every time I start, I play for like 5 minutes and quit. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I was having a little frustration a few moments ago trying to figure out how to split up fleet. So I can understand that if you don't get certain things, it gets a bit frustrating. And hello, Turnlow, how you doing? But, you know, I guess you can watch this stream and others and maybe learn enough to play well. I don't know. And hello. Okay, hello, Luba Kane 84. What do you think was the most expansionist empire building country in this period? Japan. I know Germany did not want to conquer the world. Who was the most expansionist? Oh, that's an interesting question. I'll answer that in just a moment. I'm going to start the making an episode here, but that is a very interesting question. Just give me a moment, and also a moment to think about the terms. Expansionist. Interesting. Yeah, I watch every tutorial on YouTube, but just can't get it. Seems like it's more work than fun. What do you think? Well, I don't know that it's more work than fun. I think the detail to me is fun. Some people do want to a little more of a hands-off game and watch it. It's not best starting point for it. Strongest. Well, yes, yeah. Strongest is the USA. That's for sure. But we're trying out Italy because, well, when this was released, it has a new tree, and I've yet to install any mods for the new version of the game. All right, let's make an episode, and I'll talk about Lubican. Guess that's how you pronounce it. 84. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and we're continuing our Italian campaign. So far, well, we're struggling down here in Ethiopia, which is not unexpected, and we're just trying to hold on as long as we can. We're holding reasonably well here against the British in Africa, and we are building up along the Yugoslavia and Greece for possible wars there. Now, Lubican84 asked a very interesting question just because we are recording this live here. What do you think the most expansionist empire-building country in this time period, meaning World War II? Japan, I know Nazi Germany did not want to conquer the world. Who was the most expansionist of the period? That is very interesting. Well, we'll let the clock get going on this. Okay, he's right that particularly Hitler, I would say, does not want to conquer the world. He wants Germany to no, let's add region here. No. He wants Germany to, shall we say, to be pure in many ways. Where I would say somebody like Himmler wants Germany to be ruling over a lot of subjects. Now, Hitler is incredibly evil. This isn't, so Hitler, long term, doesn't want to rule over Spain and France. Now maybe move the borders west further, they definitely taking back, what was lost here in World War I that they had taken in the Franco-Prussian War. Hey, I have a series going on. The Franco-Prussian War happens to right now. But, so they may move the borders somewhat, but is not trying to take over like Britain or something like that. Definitely wants to move into the east and is definitely an evil power. Japan also doesn't want to take over the world. They know they can't. Japan is in a very weird place. And I know that, I hope this is answering your question because I don't have just yet a solid answer. The Japanese government in Japan, which well, in I think it's like early 1930s, the sort of they often point out democratically elected, and he was democratically elected, and Prime Minister is assassinated of Japan, assassinated by a clique within the army of sort of office of, it's going to say, and I do think it's right, sort of junior officers. China is pushing over here a little bit much. Interesting. And as you go along, it is not until 1941 now. Certain ministries are controlled by, say, the Army or the Navy, but it isn't, and I don't know all the details, but it isn't until 1941 that Tojo becomes Prime Minister of Japan. He previously had been in charge of the Kempeitai in Manchukuo, and he eventually expands his portfolio over controlling 3 ministries within the what is otherwise the civil government of Japan. Now, I don't think he's running any one of those on a daily basis. Well, the prime ministership is one of the ministries, but the other 2, I think it is. I think he has, designated other people, deputy or deputy minister of whatever, interior or whatever, that's actually sort of running the departments, but it's sort of, he's the official head and oversees the departments. Well, there's in essence two armies leading up to this period. Two armies in Japan. The army that's in Japan, and then the army that's over in Manchukuo, and both the political leadership and the army in Japan has rather little control over the army in Manchukuo, and they're the ones that push and get the war with China going, as far as I can tell from all of my readings. So it isn't even a planned. This isn't a planned in Tokyo. As far as, again, World War II is not planned in Tokyo as the Japanese version of World War II, which starts in 1937 with the Marco Polo Bridge incident. Hope I got the year right. Isn't planned in Tokyo. That's planned in somewhere, maybe down here. I don't know exactly where. And now, where it really enters World War II in the open alliance with the European axis of Germany and Italy and others is 1941, when it declares war against the British, the Dutch, and the Americans. They've already occupied Vichy France at that point, territory of Indochina. They only do this, go to war over here, because they need oil to fight their war here. So they can't win a war here, so they add another war. Now they're thinking, looking at the previous war with Russia, Imperial Russia, the Russo-Japanese War. They're thinking that it's going to be a short war, that's going to be a naval war, that's going to, hopefully for them, they realize it's, especially the Navy realizes it's a die roll, a gamble, that they can be victorious and then sign a peace treaty. They're not planning on conquering America. They're not planning on taking out Hawaii. Not that they would cry if they did, but they're not planning on taking out Britain. They're not planning on taking out the British, Raj in India. They're not planning on taking out Australia. They just want a big enough victory to go, yay, we won. Okay, let's sit down and negotiate, because this is what happens in their war with Russia. Is they're doing reasonably well to take Port Arthur from the Russians. They're besieging Vladivostok. They're doing reasonably well on land. That Russia cannot win. Russia realizes that it can't support a larger force out here, because the rails aren't even actually fully working all the way out to here. And so this is a long end of a supply chain. I know this is a long answer, but I hope it's interesting. Long end of the supply chain, and this is happening in early 1900s. They can't win, so Russia gets its big imperial fleet here from the Baltic that it sort of has built, or has had built. It's as much, I think, foreign built as, I don't know the details, but some of the major ships are foreign built. I think even by Germany, but off as a counterbalance to Germany. They get the Russian Imperial Fleet, and a little bit of it goes through the Suez, but most of it sails all the way around the world, and is coming all the way around the world and gets right to here, the Straits of Tsushima, and gets sunk in a big naval battle in the middle of a storm. But it's more of the Japanese actually do very well and sink the Russian Imperial Fleet, and Russia has no real ability to build a new fleet. And at that point, Russia then decides that, okay, the war itself is lost. They haven't lost their country to Japan or anything else like that, but they've lost the war. So they pushed on by President Theodore Roosevelt of the United States, go into peace talks, and they settle, and yes, some colonial territory switches over to Japan, and the war's over. That's the kind of thing they want to have. They want to destroy Britain's ability to fight here. They want to destroy America's ability to fight here, and then go, okay, well, this colonial territory, particularly with the oil, is going to be Japan. Now, maybe they're also going to like, oh, well, we're going to keep Hong Kong or something like this. Maybe they'd be willing to give the Philippines back to the U.S. Maybe they'd be willing to give Singapore back to Britain. But definitely we got to keep the oil. Oh, and since you lost America, you got to keep shipping us steel so that we can, fight our war against China. That's what they want. It isn't the sort of as pictured global conquest expansion idea. Now they grab up a lot of people, a lot of territory in their wars, but and they don't even want to, and their biggest frustration is even before this is because even though they're winning and even though they've got more than enough territory that they've gotten from China won't peace out. The idea was we'll get Beijing and because the Marco Polo Bridge is right next to here, we'll get Beijing and this sort of northern bit of chunk of China, and we'll hold that for 20 years, and then we'll have another war and we'll get another chunk, and then we'll another 20 years after that so over 100 years we'll it's like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So they were going to. That was sort of the general idea. How were they really planning on like moving to the borders of Tibet or taking Tibet? I don't know, but they definitely wanted to expand in this region for sure. So Chiang Kai-shek wouldn't peace out. He refused to peace out. The other, and I sort of have an answer, though you may surprise Lubikin. The other party that wants an empire is Italy. They also don't want to rule the world. He wants to have a rebirth of the Roman Empire. Now, when he starts this whole vision, he's allied with France and Britain. So is he coveting at those days their territory? Maybe. Definitely the idea of Egypt, I'm sure, is on his mind. Turkey is a very anti-Italian country at this time because, Italy is controlling roads and is making sort of pressures that they're worried about it may come to there. So, and we see obviously Mussolini sending 3 divisions to fight in national Spain. So some sort of, and Metaxas of Greece sort of kind of wants to become an Axis member, allied with Germany. And I don't know if there's a formal veto by Mussolini, but Mussolini wants Italy. Wants Greece. So they're not basically allowed to join the Axis because Mussolini wants it. And so, but I don't, they're not really looking too big. Now, who probably is the most expansionist, I would go with Soviet Union. Communist ideology is a universalist ideology. I believe Stalin was a communist. You might not say all communist dictators or all dictators of communist countries are necessarily communist because, especially in the Cold War era, you very well may have various dictators that they just get support from the Soviet Union, so they implement communism because they're on that side, not because they actually believe in it. I think Stalin believes in it, and it's a universalist viewpoint, meaning the whole world needs to be communist, not just a region. Hello, that boy Aaron, how you doing? And so you have the, and I'll present some evidence why I think they're the most expansionist. In September 1939, Ribbentrop and Molotov are meeting here in Moscow. A British and French delegation, headed by, I forget who, headed by a British admiral, they had traveled all the way up and around and come in here, sort of, this is before the war starts. through Sweden, I think it is. And come up here, is meeting with like the deputy foreign minister of the Soviet Union. And the deputy foreign minister and the British and French are trying to establish the pre-World War One strategic treaty with Russia to hem in expansionist Germany, and the question that is put to the foreign delegation: what about the Baltic states and eastern Poland, and particularly Finland? And, well, what about them? Well, will they be in this Soviet sphere of influence? Well, no, they're independent countries. They wouldn't, you don't get to gobble them up. Molotov is saying, oh, sure, we'll take Lithuania, you take Estonia and Latvia, and you can have Finland, and you can have this bit of Romania and Poland, plus sort of not all the way into here, but sort of here. They swap out eventually. There's actually Germany does push in so well, so fast, grabs this territory, decides it wants to keep it, and offers Lithuania up to the Soviet Union as a replacement for it. So all the Baltic states end into the Soviet sphere of influence. And we see at the end of the war, obviously, Russia occupying into here, briefly occupying a part of Austria, though they're sort of diplomatically forced out of that. After Europe is done, they invade Manchukuo and come all the way down and basically occupy all of Korea, though the U.S. sort of pushes them out of the southern half of Korea. They, obviously get Sakhalin Islands and are asking MacArthur for, dividing up partial occupation of Japan, and MacArthur says, fuck off. The Soviet Union, I would say, is the most expansionist of empire world building at this time of World War II. And of course, obviously, they end up wrapping up all of Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Hungary, Romania, and they enter into the Cold War, which is maybe after the time that Lou Blachan is specifying, but they're the greatest expansionists now. After their sort of core territories, that are become republics of the USSR, then you have these fictionally independent countries of the Warsaw Pact, and then you have one level or another of puppets around the world that they are controlling. So that's what I would say. How's that for an answer? I know it's a long one, but I wanted to get there because I did think pretty early on with the Soviet Union. Okay, treaty with Germany, recon company. All right. Was there something particular out here with the treaty of Germany that I wanted to get? Maybe not German military cooperation. 5 days, Italian irredentism, war with Greece, Pact of Steel, okay, yes. No. Uh, 5 days, cavalry attack speed, movement unit. Military factory sounds sort of nice, and this one here too. 70 days, get a new one. Well, this isn't bad either. Artillery, production costs down. Artillery. Yeah, we could do some radar stations around 35 days. There we go. That would be good. And we can got a new company there. I think it was reconnaissance. Probably gonna stick with our old trains. Don't need new ones. I don't think is Italy so much. We'll do that. Hello, Mauricio. How you doing today? Okay, so we got bonuses to 100% to synthetic resources and armor technology. Very good. Did I take too long and Lubican left? I was hoping he would respond to my thoughts. Okay, yeah, we'll maybe a bit later do those. Yeah, Italy makes a bunch of big mistakes, that's for sure. Standing by, yes. Guys, you get up here and after fighters and bomber. Oh, you can only do one, you can't do both. Yeah, I would agree. Going after we had a big fight there and lost a little bit. Going after Greece was counterproductive. The Axis powers including Germany, where do I put this? Can't win wars and decide, since they can't win the current war, they decide to fight a different war. It's Napoleon builds the Grande Armée. It's sitting here off Calais. And they want to invade England with this Grande Armée. And they know that England, it's going to be sort of tough. And now Napoleon has built, I was going to say probably, the best army in the world at the time. And it is a magnificent, well-trained, well-equipped army. And the combined Franco-Spanish fleet gets sunk off of off Trafalgar here. And basically Napoleon says, fuck it, I'm going to go invade Russia with this army. And that doesn't work out so well. I mean, it is a magnificent army. It can defeat any Russian forces out here. It's whatever, and it dies in the snows and fires of Moscow, and dies on the retreat heading home. So, you know, because he can't win the war against Britain, because Britain wins the naval wars and he can drive them off of the continent, but they refuse to surrender. They do have a brief period, the Treaty of Amiens, the Peace of Amiens, signed in the Treaty of Amiens, sets up the Peace of Amiens. There is a brief peace period, but mostly the British refuse to surrender. So he can't defeat them, and even that is as much, that treaty is as much a acknowledgement of defeat as anything else. Not like defeat of France, but defeat that Napoleon is defeated in his ability to truly put down the British. So the similar thing is happening with Hitler. He can't win a war against Britain. And I think correctly, though I'm not going to say it wouldn't have been possible, but realize it's a huge gamble, and if it doesn't go well, it doesn't just mean 2 or 3 divisions are destroyed, which is immaterial at that point, you know, 1940, or even early 41. But if he truly launches against Britain and his army gets destroyed / bogged down in you know, the invasion there, but there's a very, very good chance that you would see the Soviet Union pushing in from the other side. So he realizes, you know, he can't win that war, so he starts the war with Moscow, which is a bigger mistake. He's still being at war with Britain and going to war with Moscow is a bigger mistake than another. You know, Italy cannot win in North Africa. Italy is on its own at this point in North Africa. This is before before the Germans invade Yugoslavia. When we talk about Yugoslavian diplomatic situations, but even before that, Mussolini, you know, he can't win down here. Because if he just puts in another 5 or 10 divisions, they're not going to have supply enough to you know, keep fighting. It's as much about how many divisions can you supply, not how many divisions do you own, you know, to put into war. So he can't win down here, so he decides to expand the war, and what he, of course, mistakenly and badly, I mean, my God, you know, there is no plans or operations, to the best of my knowledge, of any naval invasions. Did the British take this? Foreign claims, current province. I guess they did take this. Oh, they took this away from me. How interesting. Okay. Of naval invasions for the war against Greece. Why in the hell not? And I understand, you know, Britain rules the seas and whatnot, but I'm not, you know, even like, you know, invading Corfu or whatever the hell, Port Epirus over here, you know, or coming down to the Peloponnese and land down here. Just, you know, a coastal invasion of a battalion, you know, of a brigade or two, you know, not even a full division landing down here, just as a, you know, counterweight to whatever. Nothing is planned. Nothing is executed. and it was just an attack against a fortified line, the Metaxas line, though it's a little bit more, I think, to the north here. Most of it is. The Metaxas line, I think it mostly is here. But it's also in the mountains, and they do very poorly, as I'm sure you're alluding to the invasion, and are basically being pushed back. I don't think the Greeks would have pushed the Italians out of Albania because the Italians can move in and supply and shift forces enough. But I think it was going to be a stalemate for Italy. Again, as I was saying earlier, you had the inability of Japan to defeat China, so China starts another war with somebody else. And what did Maurice say? Delay the invasion of the USSR by 3 months for the Germans? Yes. Imagine if the Italians didn't attack Greece and Germany would have attacked within those 3 months. That would have been very helpful, but also, Arno, just imagine that the core, even just because early on there's basically a corps, an Italian corps is sent to the Russian front. Eventually it's moved up to an army, more than one corps. But had there been a reasonably modern corps, I get, because, you don't want to telegraph your moves too early, so you don't necessarily want to be noticed moving an Italian corps for war games in Poland or something like that. So not on day one, but on day 2 of the invasion, there is an actual mobilization of at least a somewhat motorized corps out of Italy being put on railroads heading east somewhere, whether to join up in Romania or whether to, like mentioned, go to Poland to be ready for, or to as soon as you get there, as soon as you get in there, to push into combat. Have that going. So another corps, it's not going to be a great corps, it's not going to be an all-conquering unit by any means, but it's another corps for operations in the east. So and maybe expand even before the end of the first campaign season, that expanding to an army if you're not having to occupy Greece and Yugoslavia. And not only any of all of that, you have opening up of another front that I think would have stayed at peace had you not invaded it. Because if you have Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece all at peace, all armed up, all semi-mobilized, and also, saying no British showing up, this means a lot less occupation territories, a lot less worries about, guarding the coastline. The only thing that and they don't take good advantage, they do use it somewhat, but they don't take, in my opinion, very good advantage of it, is getting Crete to allow more supply operations down here. But it's not, we can see, even while they're doing the air supply operations into Stalingrad, they're also doing, at first, air supply into the Tunis bridgehead, and then later air withdrawal, bringing forces out via the air in the later stages of it. Had they focused that air supply early on down here in Greece, particularly Crete, but moving can be air supplying from from, if this is too many British submarines or whatever, you can fly supplies to Crete, refuel, fly down here, but also fly landing further and further as you go east, that they don't do. So we know they can do it, they just don't do it because they don't see it as a priority early enough on. You must take into account that spring was also a very wet season and attacking earlier was not an option. Yeah, the 3 months, I don't know that you got 3 months, but you do probably have a month earlier, Mauricio. I would say. I'm, I'm sure you could bring up some data and convince me that they didn't have a whole month, but I think they did have at least a month, at least 30 days earlier that they could have invaded, had decent weather. So there's definitely a delay during good weather because of the Yugoslav Greece campaign. There's also the problem, there was a major earthquake in Romania in which at least one German division is fully put into the operations of, post earthquake recovery mode for civil and military operations. That then, of course, it's ready to go to fight by the time the actual Barbarossa kicks off. But it was in Yugoslavia. The Soviets understood that these divisions were in Yugoslavia because of Ploetzi here as a counterbalance to possible Soviet invasion. They didn't understand them as a very likely invasion plan. So I know we're just sort of sitting here, but we're sort of waiting for things to happen. I guess we're going to make some of the same mistakes of World War II here. We have 5 battleships, early submarine hulls, 75 destroyers. Wow. Okay, wow. Yeah, that's sort of why Finland accepts Soviet demands. Okay, well, they didn't get this a bit right here. But, okay, well, this is a bit different than... "70 days for 2 military factories," like that. 1 military factory. Yep, we'll do the Benghazi oil. We're holding this front long enough that I think it'll be useful for us. Now, okay, production. I want more aircraft. State should we build it? Not controlling that well enough. Okay. Those are ground attack. Do we have... Probably not enough air operations. Yeah, at least keeping that. A lot of transport. But that was a big fleet we saw. I don't think. Okay. Oh, we do have we have some extra fighters. Very nice. Okay, so I'm not necessarily good fighters, but fighters. And these guys, once you get down here, deploy over here and try to achieve air superiority. Logistics company. Well, that will help with keeping these guys a little better supplied. Let's take, I know they've got anti-tank guns, good. I thought they did, but I'm just checking. Fast divisions. Turn these over to that. We've got a lot of trucks, so we go entirely over to motorized infantry. And we don't have any additional towed anti-tank. So let's do that. Okay, so we've modernized our. Hello, Danny, look, how you doing? Grivna, is that? Oh, yeah. I'm doing very well, and how are you doing? Oh, any divisions? Okay. Can we expand these guys? No, that's too much. Yeah, because there is a yeah, we'll do that. Get them a little better divisions. Our infantry, we were to do a logistics company, how much support? We have no additional support equipment. Okay. Producing only 2 factories. Well, no wonder we don't have very much. Very good to hear. Okay, we have ways of making you talk. So we captured an Ethiopian operative. I've not been paying attention down here, but I don't know if that, what's the point of overly paying attention too much down here. Oh, the Germans somehow showed up. How the hell did they get to here? God, I don't know. Yeah, you can fall back to there. And you can go to there to be a defender. And you can go to there. Hey, yay for the Germans showing up in Ethiopia. I still don't know how you got there, but cool. Okay, support weapons. That will help out, definitely. Arno wanted to see us improve things down here. I guess we can do so. I wasn't even paying attention to Yoshihisa over on. Though I do see it over here now. I'm not used to looking over on kick.com. Yeah, is this real? Okay. I can't believe it's legal to copy the UI of Twitch. Well, what is going on with Kick from one of the videos that I saw about it? Kick.com that I'm over on as well. Okay, I don't know, I think it's called the API or something. I'm not, Amazon wanted the live streaming software that Twitch was using. So it bought Twitch because it just has so much money. It just bought Twitch and has been obviously running Twitch. But what they did do is you too can license from Amazon the Twitch software. So that's what they're doing for Kick.com. It's not that they have, they're stealing the UI. Is that they're Amazon owns the UI of Twitch and licenses it out as for other people to use. So these new people, I think they're running on Amazon servers, which are the people who are running that are running on Twitch servers or Amazon servers, and they're licensing it out. So they're basically Twitch just paying a licensing fee. So we'll see how it goes. I just figured that I should see it, try it out, because I'm multi-streaming, so it's not like I have I'm not doing what I normally do. So I figured it would just be a good idea. So that's how and why it's working the way it is my understanding. I know this isn't terribly exciting because we're not invading anybody. That's what everyone wants to see. But I don't know that it would be a good idea to invade either Greece just yet, or let's speed this up. And we are fighting down in here. Okay. Okay, this is just hills, where this is mountainous.
Fuoco nemico! Fuoco nemico! Ordini!
Out and holding the mountains.
Ordini!
I think we'll be able to hold the mountain line better.
Pronto! Avanzate!
Where are the Germans going? I thought they wanted to come and fight. They not want to come and fight? I hate the way the AI does these things. Hello, Latoya. Yeah, well, Latoya, if you're somebody new here, you can check me out on YouTube or Twitch. It's gamer_1745 on those other platforms. If you want to do so, I'm live on all of them now. because it doesn't show that there's any viewers, though I do have a few things. This is very early beta, and I'm just here trying to build my brand, if you're finding me over there. So yeah, you can watch it on watch me on whether Twitch or YouTube if you wish to, as well, if you just don't like the platform but want to continue watching.
Pronto, signore.
Yeah. Back
Formazione.
a little bit there, so that's
Pronto, signore.
Tragic death of Giuseppe Tellera. Okay, well, okay, so we've got Libyan oil refineries. Yeah, right, do that because they a teeny bit of alpha. Oh yeah, I don't know, and it won't. It's so much in beta that I can't even post the schedule for upcoming streams.
Attento.
So
Avanzate.
you're right. It's very, very new and not necessarily functioning well. For some reason Twitch isn't updating for me, so let me hit the refresh. Take that. Okay, there we go. Now we have extra. Well, what I want is more of these guys. I want a lot of things, but okay, let's do 2 more factories of that. Ugh, 2 battleships in that. I'm going to use air power to develop things. Okay, now, well, we're getting new medium tanks coming. So we come over here and bomber weapons. Okay, Yeah. Okay. Make sure that it's this airframe we're going to. That's with naval bombers. Convert that over. So we needed more naval bombers, and I should be playing this better. Well, we're going to end this episode. Not the live stream, everyone. Live stream's going to continue on. But we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. I want to particularly thank Tim, Strongarm, Niagara, Timothy, Sir Toy Jet, and Gary for support over on Patreon. It is much appreciated. But everybody else, if you can just smash the like button and, of course, subscribe or follow wherever you are if you're new. Love to see you around more often. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. And of course, we're going to continue here, but I just want to break these into episodes. Hello, Niagara. How you doing? And definitely thank you for the support. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4, and we're playing the By Blood Alone DLC, and of course with that we are playing as Italy. And no, we do not have paratroopers at all, so I can't paratroop into Malta effectively. Sorry, Niagara. But I want to thank Niagara and Sir Toy Jet and Timothy, Strongarm, Tim, and Gary for support on... Oh, girlfriend is sick. Sorry to hear that. Over on Patreon. But what I really ask everyone to do is lick the like button. It is really tasty. And smash, if it's red or whatever the color, smash the subscribe button. To have everybody there. And of course you can also, if you really want to help out, post a comment. That's what I really ask of people to do. So thank you for those, if you would. And hello, oh, I don't know what that's supposed to be, if that's Cyrillic or something. Tupororo? Tiponono? I'm sorry. Let's switch sides. Remember World War I. Well, and World War II. Oh, good. We lost some big, huge fleet with 40 destroyers, 4 battleships, 6 cruisers, 4 light cruisers, a battle cruiser, and 11 submarines came in, and we lost 3 transports, 4 bombers, and 5 destroyers. Very good. We did really well. Remember, with Italy in World War I, yes, they were part of the sort of Central Powers Alliance, decided to, oh, here we also lost a light cruiser, destroyer, and 4 bombers and a transport. Yay, we're doing great. They sort of decide to fight when they decided to go, yeah, no, it's not really defensive war, it's an offensive war for the Central Powers in World War I. So they stayed out of it, and then when it looked good, they decided to join the Western Allies. And in World War II, well, after the landings down here in Regia Calabria, basically, after the defeat in Sicily, they both unconditionally surrender to the Western Allies and declare war on Germany. So they're never considered an ally of the Allies, but they are considered a co-belligerent. The royal forces were co-belligerents. There was also communist militia, but those were just sort of local uprisings. But the royalist forces were co-belligerents, fighting against the Italian Social Republic as well as the German occupation. So yeah, they switched sides in World War II as well. My PC is making funny noises. Hello, Starstreak. Well, you've already gone beyond that. You're also a supporter of Patreon. So we have a stalemate out here in the Western Desert. We have a slowly shrinking perimeter here. Well, let's attack there. How we got two Hungarian infantry divisions down here. Well, that didn't work out very well.
Prendete la mira!
Hello, Ghost of Borat. Well, to you, I didn't know that Borat was now a ghost. Maybe you're just talking about his comedy died a long time ago. I don't. Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen. Yeah, I know the name. Dalmatia is rightfully ours. Well, okay, we can build more factories. We should be building factories. Currently, maybe because we've lost so many ships, we're not using up so much oil or fuel. These are factories a little bit. Grammar goes to A goes well. You're expecting an American to understand grammar? Come on. What does our stockpile of naval bombers? So we're just getting naval bombers sort of organized up here. Tactical bombers, fighters are under strength. Norway has capitulated. Yay! Norway capitulated to the Germans. Well, not terribly late in. And hello, Michael Fox. It's been a while. Well, there's a lot of people that have been recently, last few days, a week or two or whatever, been, oh, the way a shot reached defensive bonus of 400%. Okay, I don't know what is that? I don't know. Have been asking me about doing a HOI IV multiplayer again. Well, I could do one. We used to do them on Fridays, and very, very few people wanted to watch them. So, I don't know, did he tell you to die? It goes about first and final warning, stay polite. Yes, but, I don't know. I'm looking to see ban. Well, he told Niagara not to swear in Spanish. Looking back to see, because Arnold's a pretty good moderator here, I think. Yeah, no, he wasn't saying anything bad to you. Or at first and final warning, stay polite. Yeah, I said stay polite. You told me to die. Well, I don't think he did tell you to die. So I don't know. I think you misunderstood if you did, because I just looked through the chat. He was telling, he did say be polite, but yeah, be polite is nice. So I guess we could try another Team G multiplayer HOI IV game. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll. I'm going to be going away for a week during Christmas. Oh, I may still be online. I'm taking my laptop with me, but I don't know if I'm going to be. You know what I'm going to be doing. Generals. Nice, like infantry officer, not old guard. Reckless, war hero, old guard. Engineer, river, fort. Okay, well, we'll go with that.
Avanzate! Formazione!
So I
Formazione!
maybe after Christmas, like I was saying, I don't know how much to, you know, because to schedule. Maybe we'll switch from doing movie night on Fridays to trying to do a, whether it's live stream or just do it ourselves in you know, and then post it later.
Attento! Comandi!
Yes.
Avanzate!
Do that again. So maybe we'll see about that. Well, Germany's sending us some units, but why are you not?
Pronto, signore!
Okay, you counterattack there. And you counterattack there, so that we close up this gap. Okay, well, that is giving us. More factories, which are nice, and we also need more support equipment. So we can do 2 support equipments reductions. Well, I don't start saying things like that, please, Arno. I have enough problem already with, hey, I want to play this obscure nation that I'm, and I know Arno can guess maybe who we're talking about. This obscure nation of World War II that fought for a whole 5 days. That's the nation I want to play. But hey, we don't have anybody to play America, or hey, we don't have anybody to play Japan. So that we need to focus first on nations that are core to the war and not smaller. Oh, I know, but I'm talking about Arno already going, oh yeah, only if you play Norway. And you know, not that I don't want somebody to play Norway, but let's first get Germany, Italy, Soviet Union, Britain, USA, Japan, and then we can think about France and, you know, that all that first up and going before we start to add in other nations is all that I'm really worrying about here. Okay, synthetic refinery fuel gain from that. So, okay, we'll do it. We'll do it sometime after Christmas. So, in January. I know that seems like a long time off to you youngsters, but we'll do it again. We'll try it again. I don't know if we'll stream it. I mean, it'll probably be live on Discord. That's where we'll make it, and we may stream it to those maybe people who want to just come in and watch it. At that point, but now we'll do that. Portugal lost to Monaco. Okay, I guess you're talking about that football thingy that's going on now.
Attento!
You stacked.
Pronto all'azione! Avanzate! Attento!
You guys.
Avanzate!
No. Come down this way and then over to there because we don't want you to get caught up in the other attack. It goes to Borat. If you can't tell, I'm an American, so I have very, very little interest in the World Cup. But yay, whatever. Not that I dislike it or anything, just know I don't care. It's firmly in an I don't care type. We have thought we had a medium tank, or are we still researching? Which one did we just have? Yeah, we just had a medium tank. Producing that. What else I'm supposed to have researched, like main gun or something that I didn't. Improved medium tank chassis. And no, I have not been playing this a whole lot. The new DLC. It's just what you saw a while ago. Oh well, here we have this. So okay. But when I come here, why don't I see? Old man gets confused again. Did it show outdated equipment? No. Hello, Starstreak. How you doing? Chunk of research boosters in the focus tree. Yes. And I've been doing some of those. But I just and he's absolutely right, because we're doing this, which gives us research boosters here, and then self-propelled guns, create variants. Well, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Old man shouts at clouds. We're going to build a couple of naval production facilities here because we are losing convoys. We are producing convoys. One will be on the 27th, so, you know, and now on the 29th, it looks like. So we're producing them maybe faster than we're losing them, but we are producing them. Therefore, yeah, so I don't know. I have not played this DLC more than I have played this DLC that you've seen on various, you know, videos.
Sì, signore.
Wow. You head back to there. You head back. Oh, well, no, you're still neutral. You head back to the altitude you can.
Pronto.
Oh, no. I guess the answer is you can't.
Pronto.
Draw up there, maybe the Germans will hold that. How they got down there is still beyond me, but well, unfortunately, the British own that province, which keeps me from doing this. See, if I owned that one more little province, then I could do this for 70 days. And I started to do that, then I lost this province. And, well, we can try an attack here. And let's do one armored division up here to... let's attack with some forces just to pin these guys here. Well, maybe that will do it, and if we can hold it long enough.
Pronto all'azione. Attento.
This is surprising the hell out of them. Oh, okay, yeah, Italy can attack. Well, we have them sort of pinned. Oh, okay. Support the attack and support the attack. So I want to hold up here. Well, and gain profits. Okay, well, maybe we can do this. Yay! Well, we can hold here long enough. Oh no, you guys can. You guys just stay holding that. Okay. We can hold those two. That'd be nice. Yeah. Okay. Well, Germans, don't get too enthusiastic now, Germans. I didn't say go like try to conquer all of North Africa. I'm not silly. Yeah, I'm I'm not that silly. I just wanted to get this one province here. Here we're holding out, sorta, kinda. Learning on the job, you have a commander execute division commanders increase there. Okay, I guess this has something, I don't know. Something to do with like achievements or some shit, or whatever. Okay, well, let's see. Let's do a few more dockyards to on. So instead of trying to, well, the Germans lost a convoy fleet. They're totally upgrade. We're losing them. Hopefully, we're making them more than we're losing. Let's do improved medium bombers. I'll encourage you to do specific stuff and give more immersion. Well, I don't know. I don't know that it gives me more immersion. Well, and I think that's gimmicky. I don't like that. Not that it's terrible or anything, but just meh. Well, we have the Germans down in North Africa. We have a few forces down here. Okay, those are all the other Axis forces. Okay, you guys. Yeah. We do have a certain level of supply down here. I don't know how well it's all doing, but fine. I don't know if they're getting... Oh, that's that. Okay. Japan proposes, excellent idea. We shall sign the pact. Yep. Sounds like a good plan to do. It won't get us into war with the US or anything, will it? Well, now they show up with a couple of armored divisions and a mountain division, and yeah, again, I don't know how the hell they got there. They literally go all the way around. Do we bother with something like... Troopers at this point? I don't know.
Pronto, signore.
Okay, we're gonna get this.
Pronto. Pronto, signore.
Get ready to move later on. The Italian tankettes, nice. Another factory. Why is it saying that this is out of date? Yeah, I know I've not watched all of the... Okay, I've done this. Right, okay, we had the Carcano M38. I know it just sort of whatever immersion thing. Now we have the MAB 38, which is, that's a Beretta machine gun. Okay. It's a UI bug. Okay, we have a thank you for that, for telling me it's a UI bug and that they haven't fixed this. I could accept that a number of weeks ago, but better tanks are needed. Make a better variant. Latest hull if you can. It'll be that way for some time. Supply runs show off outdated. It should be fixed by turning on and off. Okay, well. I'm not seeing it here. I mean, is there like some national focusia thingy that you have to do to get Beretta submachine guns, like form the Beretta company that was ancient or something by the time of, oh, we could do this, we're gonna do this. See if we can get Libyan Railways up and going. I don't disbelieve you, Toyjet, and just may be continuing here that it's not undoing it. And here I can't, and I think this is a similar bug, I can't see this basic medium tank here to create another. Like, for some reason, if I wanted another line of this, and there are reasons to have multiple lines of the same thing. Like, one of the reasons would be you're going, oh, we want to produce tanks, but then later on we want to produce a variant, tank destroyer. Try restarting the game. Well, that's an interesting idea. Maybe after this thing. So I can't. I can build more by increasing the factory here, but I can't set up another production line here of this basic medium tank. So I can't create a variant on this. I'll restart the whole. No, that would restarting the game. Maybe I could see. I can't imagine why restarting my computer would have any effect one way or another on this. After this episode, we may start. Okay, improved computing machine, very nice. That will help make other research better. If you're going to do these, it's always best to do them sooner rather than later. I mean, not necessarily like that now, but yeah, no, yeah, it's yeah, we're getting ready here. Let's factory output. Yeah, let's do this. A little bit longer because we're going a little earlier, but we want to get production going. Now, how are we doing with naval bombs? Okay, well. Oh shit, we're being attacked up here. I didn't realize it. I wish there was a big effing sign that said, you're under naval invasion. Deal with it now. But no, that could be a big pop-up right in front of here for me.
Attento.
Yes, potato. Attack the potato.
Pronto all'azione.
Let's come back there. There it is underneath the. No, I mean big, like the center of my screen lights up. Naval invasion imminent. You know, not something over here that I'm not paying attention to. I'm saying, you know, big flashing neon Vegas type lights. This is the thing with Paradox. Is, oh, people don't like pop-ups. People don't like pop-ups. Well, I don't know all of their feedback. I haven't read it all. But one thing I don't like about the pop-ups is in HOI IV is that they pop up right here. So when I move into, you know, I'm going to click right, oh, and a pop-up pops up right over where I'm going to click. And what did I just click? Because instead of the infantry, or in this case cavalry division that I'm clicking on, I click on, you know, some pop-up. That's why the Black Ice team has moved the pop-up over to the side here a bit, which is a little bit inconvenient because you can in the UI specify where they pop up. So they moved them over to here, and I will agree with some of the stuff, is some of the settings is that there may be a bit too much pop-ups, certainly, but it's also where they are, and so the pendulum swings heavily in other directions. Soviet Union declares war on Finland. End of the League of Nations. Now, what the fuck? Okay, we're going to save this. I just want to check one thing before I continue to rant. Save. Partially this, we're going to save this, and we're going to, so it's right here. I'm going to leave. You guys can watch. Screen will go black, but we're still here. Exit the game. Yes, I want to exit the game. Yes, there's a black screen. I know. Don't get too afraid and feel that you've got to run off. Something emitting. Oh, nope. Okay. Is this where I need to go? Maybe I need to do it back on the last screen here. Yeah, I know you'll be seeing this shortly. Options here. I just want to see something. Game. I guess I can do pause on notifications, but I haven't changed anything. Hot join. Okay, this. Okay. I'm gonna quit again here. Let's go to the opening splash screen here. Okay. Game settings here. You may not be able to see this, I don't think. Looking for the monitor settings. There used to be a you would set the AI. I'm gonna hit play again here, and you should see something again soon here. Okay. Well, we're gonna go in. Let's go. New game. January. Select scenario. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's down here. Okay, yeah, okay, it's just here. I have it just set down here. Historical AI focus. It's checked. That because I knew that that was, well, I believed. Back to menu. Okay. Single player load because we want to load where we saved here, and it's still historical AI focuses checked. I just wanted to make sure. What the fuck? Finland has already accepted the Soviet demands, though for some reason this didn't get turned over to the Soviet Union, probably because of their fucked up state. I hate states. States are stupid. States are bad. I don't see one good reason for the state mechanic. I don't see a single, and if whether live here now or watching later on, on YouTube, you can post below one good reason for the state mechanic. I do not see that good reason. Part of the reason I know is to control these. Well, just effing go and say this province here in this mountain has 0 slots. You can't make a single factory here. Can't make a single factory here, but you can make 4 factories in Genoa or whatever. So, and in Florence here, you can make X number of factories. Don't have every single province be a factory capable, because we have single province states like Gibraltar, not just some islands too, but we have Gibraltar single province states. What good can you, I'm not talking about air zones or other things that we can talk about, but what one good, AA. Well, just put AA again over, like in Hearts of Iron 4, over particular provinces, so that when they're being bombed, AA is there. And this way you can have more than one airbase within a state, so that when you have effing big states like this, I can conquer here, build an airbase here, and Britain can have an airbase over here. And they can both have airbases instead of having one airbase out here, or having no airbases or whatever, but having it way back here and not being able to reach and not being able to reach. So I don't see one good reason for the state mechanic. Not one good reason. I mean, I understand the original purpose was as well. This is, how many, factories you can have in that state. It isn't good enough reason for me, because again, we can, if you, in Hearts of Iron 3, it's your sort of energy, the coal symbol, is what is supposed to be limiting the idea of how many factories you can build. Okay. Here they went over a geographical idea of how many factories we can build in an area. And I can readily see that some of these provinces, you just go 0. And some of them you put 5, 10, 100, whatever it is. And so I can't see a single good reason for a state. And that way, because as part of the peace treaty out here, there's a little peninsula, maybe it's a little more here, but the Soviets get a small little port access to thing. But this way, you can better deal with whether it's peace treaties or historical areas like Danzig and whatnot. I mean, again, here, single province state. Okay, good. You know, but it's silly. And see, like, that province there should be German. Not the full state, but Suwaki, however you pronounce it. Okay, so we have this on historical AI. So once, and here's what I want to have when I click on something like historical AI. I want to have things that, I want the AI to make reasonably historic based decisions. So the Soviet Union presents an ultimatum to Finland. Now, and if you're going strictly by historical, Finland should say fuck off. Okay. And then you have a winter war. And then if it's AI, you know, we're talking both the Soviet Union and Finland are both AI. You have a winter war that once the Soviet Union achieves a certain level of success, Finland is willing to negotiate, because we can't maybe 100% simulate everything in real life. One way or another, they set up and negotiate a settlement that sets up Finland as a likely Axis partner coming in the future. Now, if I'm playing as, say, Russia, you know, Soviet Union, well, I can make my own decisions. I can make the demand and go, they say, fuck off. And I go, no, we're going to war. Or I might go, oh, fuck off. Well, I'm not going to go to war with Finland because I know it's going to crush, you know, the winter war is going to have such huge penalties and my divisions are going to get crushed. I'm going to decide to back off on it, because maybe I'll decide to back off on it and Finland will stay neutral in World War II, so I won't have to garrison that border and all of my forces can go down to fight the Germans. Or if I'm, you know, again, a player as the Soviet Union, I go, oh, well, hey, we're losing things badly in Finland. Okay, survive out the winter. Summer comes, you know, summer 1940. Now this is out a year later, of course. This is, hello, Andres Bianco, how you doing? Oh, you're a bot. Or something. You need to be killed over on Twitch there, Arno. So, you know, I survive out into the summer and then go in and crush Finland, and Finland at some point goes, no, we'll negotiate, and I go, no, fuck you, I'm taking all of Finland. Okay, that is me, the player, deciding to go off the historical script. That is acceptable to me. But when we have two AI components here, thank you, Arna, they should follow the historical script, so long as I haven't done something that would change the historical script, like, say, Germany declaring war against Finland, or, you know, because if I'm playing as Germany, that would change the historical script of Finland in some way. But when you have, you know, Soviet Union at peace, and it should not be starting the Winter War now. So why, you know, okay, independence of Lithuania is guaranteed by the United Kingdom. So that is why probably, why is, you know, why? How effed up are the Paradox developers that this is happening. Again, I've clicked historical AI. I didn't click fucking dynamic AI, do whatever the hell you please. I clicked historical AI. Where do you get historically Finland or Britain guaranteeing the independence of Lithuania? How do you achieve that goal in messed up? How do you achieve, and I don't know why this is, I mean, there was some sort of brief notion with the Soviets coming in here that they were sort of setting up they were definitely setting up SSRs, Soviet Socialist Republics of Estonia. I don't know if ever we would really describe or be described with the term of independent. The Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic, yes, that I would agree to, because that is what this is. This is, Latvian Soviet Socialist Republic. As part of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic, the USSR, meaning that's union of all of them. So sometimes some of the areas here are, expanding maybe the Belarusian Soviet Republic and not necessarily creating a Polish Soviet Republic. I don't quite honestly remember. I know I've known at one point, but whether they create a special Polish one. There's a lot of pro-Russian propaganda posters dealing with the Poles, but I think they do set up a sort of a Polish SSR. I think that's how they do it, but I'm not absolutely sure. But even there, the borders may change with the Ukrainian and Belarusian SSRs. So how do you F this up, Paradox? Really? I mean, now if I want a more dynamic game, and trust me, I get on two levels. One level of, hey, I played this thing, they want replayability. I played this thing so many times. I want a more free-flowing, because, okay, Free France. How does this get to be Free France? Because so far this is not declared war, this is not at war with Western allies, it's not even at war with Free France. So how do you get this achieved goal? That's what I want to know. How? Now, once you have Vichy either disappearing or Vichy as an ally to the Axis, then I get this, because hey, invasion. I get that. I do. But why is that Vichy and this is free now? Free France. I don't see them at war with Vichy. Now, eventually, it's a little more complicated than this might historically be, because prior to the Americans landing in Morocco and Algiers, you do have and it goes at different stages. You do have a Free France versus Vichy France, which in a way starts the war there, starts with I don't know how much of the story to tell, but okay. France is falling. Churchill is, like every other day, flying from London down to the capital of France, which gets moved down, I believe it's to Bordeaux, or maybe it's La Rochelle, but I'm pretty sure it's Bordeaux. It gets moved back here. So he's literally, like every other day, flying back and forth, trying to keep France in the war. Just anything he can do to keep France into the war. Diplomatically offers some sort of union with France. Not that it's going to be, truly a unified nation, but offering some sort of political union, for the duration of the conflict and whatnot. I don't know quite exactly what he's offering with that union, but just trying to do everything he can to keep them fighting, both in France itself as well as which this is considered, these two states here that I'm railing against are considered part of metropolitan France. I don't know how far metropolitan France is considered going down into the desert. This is, there is sort of a kingdom of Morocco out here that exists, that's a French territory, French controlled territory, but is sort of a semi-puppet state. Tunisia is another sort of colonial type situation, but this is metropolitan France. Yes, Arab majority here, but this is considered, and these people are considered to one degree or another have French citizenship. One degree, I don't know the details, but he wants to keep all these people into the war as much as possible, and he's going back and forth. Well, France's governments are collapsing and being reformed and whatnot, and de Gaulle he's obviously a general in the French army, and is he also a minister in the government? Maybe, I don't know, but de Gaulle is definitely one of the guys, even though I think he's lost his armored division by this point, because he does command the very first French armored division. I don't know if it's called the first armored division, but I mean it's the first division that's an armored division in France. And he's commanding it at the Battle of Arras. That's a failure, but I wouldn't call it a de Gaulle's failure. There's lots of reasons it's a failure. And de Gaulle is definitely on the let's keep fighting side, while Pétain and others are let's negotiate a cessation of hostilities because we've lost. And yes, the French security services are watching de Gaulle because they're worried about him. And so on, Churchill's going back and forth every day. Now, at some point, at this point, at some date, I don't know the exact date, Churchill realizes that this is going to be his last trip to France. So de Gaulle goes, they talk very public. Well, I'll see you off. And not that it's going, not that everyone knows that it's going to be, because Churchill's coming back in a few days. Again, we've got a bot over on YouTube. If you want to kill it. Generally speaking, yes. Hello, Soviet Union. Generally, yes, but we're sort of ranting about things now. HOI IV in general, and this DLC in particular, a bit about non-historical things, and then I'm veered off into a story. So, but I'll be back in a couple of days, Churchill's telling everybody, and de Gaulle is going, yeah, okay, I'll see you off to the airport. And so, getting a ride out in a French, limousine or whatever, government limousine. Yeah, I'll see you out to the airport. I'll get out to the airport, and waving goodbye to Churchill on the airplane as the airplane is starting to move, and de Gaulle breaks and runs and hops on that airplane. He literally hops on the airplane and deserts at the last second from his army post. De Gaulle is a deserter of France. Okay, he deserts France. Now, to keep fighting, and he eventually, of course, later on becomes president of France because of his desertion. He deserts the French army and goes into exile on Churchill's plane. And no, the French aren't going to shoot Churchill's plane down to somehow get de Gaulle back. But it's that kind of thing, because this is whispered or something that they do this, that it's very, nobody really knows other than de Gaulle supposedly on the French side, and maybe Churchill on the British side, that de Gaulle is going to defect to the British. And in the manner, because they're very worried that he may be stopped. Now, maybe if he announced it to everybody, they would have just said, "Get your big nose out of here," or something. You're a troublemaker. Fine, go away. I don't know, but probably not. They probably would have tried to stop it. So he deserts. Starting there, there is a continuing increase in violence between British and French units. And I don't have all the dates, so this won't be 100% in chronological order, and I'm not going to give all the dates. But and this is happening obviously in 1940, earlier than November, and this is back before the fall of France. Churchill leaves. Okay, so then after this, and after the announcement of that there's going to be the armistice, I don't know if it's after the signing of the armistice or just after that it's coming that they're going to be meeting. The British government decides to seize everything French that's in their territory. If you've got a French ship in a British port, they're going to seize it. You got a French aircraft on a British runway or airbase, whatever, they're going to seize it. If you've got earlier on, virtually all of the French troops, no more French frog soup, yes. All of the French troops, and there's I think tens of thousands that are evacuated from Dunkirk. They come over here, they're put on trains, sent out, I think it's to Plymouth or someplace like that, and put on ships and sent back to Brest to rejoin the fight. Well, so virtually all of them get sent back to France at that point. They don't end up, in any meaningful way at least, rejoining the fight. And notice I said meaningful, so you can probably prove me wrong that some battalion does fight somewhere, but in a meaningful way. There's no like, oh yeah, we're getting ready to go, really to fight back. But the idea is that they were sent back to return to the fight. Well, that isn't going to happen anymore. Any French troops evacuated from, whether it's Norway or some other location that are in French controlled territory, they're seized. The soldiers are seized. The Surcouf, which is at the time maybe the biggest submarine in the world. It's the I-400 class, I believe, that Japan builds is bigger, but it is the big French sort of submersible gunboat, if you will. It is a submarine. It is reasonably submersible as any other submarine of the time period, but it has two big, I think they're 8-inch guns on them, but they're big guns, maybe even larger guns on a turret that it can turn to the right and to the left. It can't turn around too much, but it can turn to the right and left, and it's pressurized, and it actually even has a hangar for a very small World War I I don't know that it's quite that old, but small aircraft that's sort of wood and fabric and really small one-man sort of aircraft that you could get up and use like a telegraph key for its radio signal to signal back onto the ground, or just for spotting, both finding the enemy as well as, oh hey, your shots are short or long or whatever, giving, if they're shooting the main guns I should say, at the enemy. And so this huge submarine is in port, in a British port, maybe being worked on a bit. Well, I think a few people lose their lives over the combat that the British have to do, because although they've sort of surrounded the submarine will not surrender to the British. So now they end up putting, like, I don't know, the XO or somebody else in charge of the submarine once the British take it over. But the British have to fight their way in, and I forget. There's a few people that die in the and they may be all English. I'm not sure, but there's a few people die in the gun shootout that the British do to take this submarine. And so this is going on, and they some of the stuff is like, hey, yeah, oh, you're taking our ship. What? Why? Oh, they're sending. Oh, we'll join you. So it isn't always a hostile act, but it's partly done to give cover to the, even when they sort of are pro-Free French, in that, oh, hey, yeah, we want to continue fighting. We'll seize your ships. So this way, Germany won't be able to claim that, well, why are your ships going over to the British? Why are they continuing to fight? What's wrong with this? What's and start complaining about it. No, the British are just seizing the ships. So now a lot, and as time goes on, more and more, but a lot of the officers are and enlisted are quite friendly to this idea, but not everywhere. I believe down in Brazzaville, which is down here, and the sort of French Congo here, and some here, does fairly early on declare for Free France, realizing that they're surrounded by, Belgium that's still at war with, Belgian Congo that's still at war with Germany, and Britain, over here in Nigeria, at war. So they're sort of surrounded and not near Vichy territories. So they go, these guys declare, for Vichy. These guys declare for Vichy. These guys over here declare for Vichy. Again, if we were playing this fucking historical, you don't like NATO symbols? Sorry to hear that. I prefer them. I mean, we still have the big giant men standing around, but I'm old. I grew up with the NATO symbols. So this declares for Vichy. Well, in 1940, again, I think it's late 1940. Again, I'm not good with dates. I'm more good with sequence of things. Britain is worried about, or it's early 41, one of the two. Britain is worried about the French fleet. It's a rather large fleet. Most of the French fleet is, I think, over here near Oran. It's, I think that's where it is. It's sitting there. Most of the French fleet. There is still a large amount of French fleet up in Marseille or Toulon. Probably more Toulon, but in that area. But the main French fleet is sitting down here, including a lot of the ships that had been out here with, this was going to become German occupation, so they're not going to stay in German-controlled territory, so they leave before the Germans show up, and they collect themselves down here a lot. The French aircraft carrier heads down to, for some reason, I don't know why, they come to Guadeloupe. I think this is Guadeloupe here. I think this is, no, this is Guadeloupe up here, I think. or here. One of these, yeah, one of these islands. Oh, that's, yeah. Heads to Guadeloupe. Yeah, one of the heads to Guadeloupe. So the one French aircraft carrier heads out there and basically spends the whole war out there. I don't even know why it never does anything more. That's a bit of a mystery for me. I don't quite honestly know that. There you go, Shower FR. Joined for history game, stayed for history lesson from the internet. Well, thank you, Soviet Union. I appreciate that. So, Britain is worried that this fleet, whether it's the fleet in, I believe it's Aboukir Bay, I think again near Oran, or the Marseille or the Toulon. Toulon is this historical French naval port in the south of France near Marseille, but I don't know exactly where it's all sitting there. Is worried that it's going to be taken over by the Germans, given to the Germans. And Churchill doesn't like this. Churchill is very, very worried about this because of what Britain is having to do to protect its, convoys coming in and out of Britain, because of the balance of power in the Mediterranean and it's needing to have ships here with the Italians already, and still having ships out in the far colonies are still at peace with Japan at the time. They don't have there's at times that there's more Italian ships and modern Italian ships in the Mediterranean than Britain has ships, though Italy never really effectively uses the moments that it does have naval supremacy, like to go destroy the British ships in the Mediterranean at the time. But Britain's worried about this. So Britain's requests that become a demand that either, if they don't want to turn the ships over to the Free French or over to Britain or whatever, they can do one of two things that would be acceptable to the British. One, get all the ships, and at least the ones here in Algeria, and sail them to a French port in the New World. That would be one thing, to down here to French Guiana, or again like to Guadeloupe or someplace here. That would be an acceptable outcome. Or you could sail them to the United States and have them interned for the rest of the war, and the Americans like, hey, yeah, just park them here. They'll not mess with them, and your sailors can, live in day camps, that they can during the day go out and hang out in whatever city they're nearby, but show up every night to at the barracks kind of thing, to prove that they're, contained in America and they're not coming to fight against the Germans or something else like this. These are the two offers that would be acceptable. And Pétain basically, no, we're French. We're the great power of France. Why are all those panzers sitting in Paris? Oh, well, whatever. But he says no to this. And he might have good reason to say no to this. I'm not going to say that there isn't good reason, but he says no to this. Well, Britain said, no, you will do this. And Churchill means it. I don't think Pétain believed that Churchill meant it. So Churchill orders the British fleet to go sink the French fleet, and they do. Kill 2,000 French sailors, basically without any significant loss to the British. They just come in and just blast it. They're all sitting in port, just come in. The French shoot back a bit, but it's ineffectual, and it gets sunk. The overwhelming majority of the fleet that's down here gets sunk. And what else? I don't expect you to, but in case you're going to engage in social interaction with me, I'm going to be, okay, sure, no problem, Soviet Union. You may have already left, but so this happens. This, of course, pisses off the French. Losing, 2,000 people or so. think it's that number. I don't know. It's more than a few hundred. I don't know. I don't remember the exact numbers. This pisses off the French. Well, the French had ordered a bunch of airplanes from America, including bombers. Some of them had been delivered before the end of the French's war. Most of them were still in packing crates when France was ending, including some, I forget what model, but some American bombers. Well, they had already unpacked them and by this point and had trained up on them, but they're at peace. They actually do one or more bombing as a retaliation for the sinking of the French fleet. They do one or more bombing raids against Gibraltar. Not too much damage, but certainly trying to do damage of Gibraltar. Now, this, of course, doesn't make the British overly happy. Does this mean that Vichy France is a Axis partner, or just like a co-belligerent, that they're at war? Or is this just military action without declarations of war? Okay, how do you define this? Well, I think most all of that happens late 41, very early 40, or late 1940, very early 1941. Okay, well, enter into the sort of the main part of 1941. Britain is worried about Axis operations here. There is a later on there will be an Iraqi uprising, but Britain is worried about. Like I say, Britain is worried. And I think there's already the Axis or the Iraqi uprising is put down. Britain is worried about more Axis interference up in here. This is before the America's entry into the war and then later invasion there. But also they're worried about Vichy France down here, and what they're worried here is Japanese submarines coming to use Vichy bases to do commerce raiding in the Indian Ocean. And so there is some thought about that in Japanese strategic thinking, but it's basically dismissed for Japanese reasons, which we're not going to go into now, but they're worried about. There is a possibility of it, and of course Japan has occupied Vichy France. Unlike the other places that they occupy, the French forces, or the overwhelming bulk of the French forces, stay in Indochina. I think they turn over some of their heavy equipment, but they keep all of their rifles. And basically, they're confined to base. They are not put into prisoner of war camps throughout the whole of the war. So throughout the whole of the war, that all the, prisoner of war camps, if you watch, I know in our movie night that we watch Bridge on the River Kwai, dealing with, surrendered British forces out of Singapore and other things. None, as far as I know, none of the French forces, either some are evacuated, my understanding, some, but most are stay, and none of them go into prisoner of war camps. They are all left in their barracks, told to stay in their barracks, and they keep their rifles, small arms, not heavy weapons, but they keep small arms, and they're just stay in your base. Now, I think they can leave the base like in civilian clothing. I think. I don't know the details, but they can't go on military operations. They can't dress in uniform and carry rifles and go do things. They're ordered to stay in their base. But I think they can, like I say, I think they can leave. Go get lunch or something. It's not like it's a prisoner of war camp. It's just no military action anywhere else, and that's true to the very end of the war. And the Japanese forces in Indochina just surrender to the French forces that have been there all the time, and the French just they turn over their weapons to the French forces and whatnot, and surrender to the French forces. So that's sort of the story with that. Well, okay, so Britain's worried about this. Well, Britain stages an invasion in which there's fighting. I think it's after the fall of France. France sends down, I don't know, like 10 or 20 light French tanks, modern ones, to Vichy-controlled Madagascar. They also invade and take out these two islands. I see Britain's already taken, somehow has Mauritanius. But they, it's more like landing up here and taking out this. And here, there's actually battling with the French tanks. It's a small campaign, but there is shooting between, and loss of life between the French and the British over Vichy France. Now, at around this time also, like I said, this was Vichy controlled. I don't know why this is the Hatte thing, why this is stayed Vichy and this is gone free. I don't get it. But again, this is all starting with a rant. When I pick historical AI options, go historical. That's my expectations. If I go, hey, be a more dynamic campaign, well, then I want a dynamic campaign. When I don't click that, and that's this. So historically, this is Vichy. Well, Britain. Now, some of this may be happening after America comes in 1941, but well before the landings and the American landings here, which happened in 42. Mid to a little bit later, 42, for them to get organized up and land. But this is, so, is this, I'm pretty sure it's in 41, is it after December 7th? I don't know. Don't know the exact date here either, but Britain is worried about here. And so Britain gets together what free French forces it can, plus British forces, and invades Syria area here, Syria, Lebanon. The one sort of interesting historical fact is it's the only historically known engagement between the French Foreign Legion fighting the French Foreign Legion. They fight. There is, I don't know whether it's a company or a battalion or on either side, but it's a substantial force. One is a Free French Foreign Legion outfit. The other is a Vichy loyal, at least at the moment, a Foreign Legion outfit. They fight each other. I don't know how bloody, don't know how hard they fight, but this is a military campaign in which there is shooting. I do know that it's not a diehard. Oh, we've lost roads. Not that we could continue to hold it, but we've lost roads. I didn't garrison it when this whole thing started off. It doesn't really matter, but we've lost roads. Now that's fine. That's not a complaint here, because that would be a reasonable military action. That's not historical AI. It's not. I'm trying to straitjacket the historical or the AI into not doing things that invasions or whatever. If they think they can get away with invasion of Sicily, well, they get to try that. So the British do take out and fight the Vichy French here. Now, like I say, down here, also the British show up and try to get Dakar. Basically, it doesn't go so well. It's sort of an attempt by de Gaulle to land with, basically British ships showing up. Dakar fights them off. So the British flee. So is France, Vichy France as it becomes to be known, is it a German puppet? Is it a Axis member? Or is it a separate war? Or what? I don't know how you define it necessarily. Now, in game terms and Hearts of Iron, as well as other games, because of the nature of some of these events, because there was no Italian occupation here, because there was no German occupation here, because the treaty that France signs says there will be no German forces in Vichy-controlled territory, or no Axis-controlled forces beyond there, if they're not allowed to come there. So unlike, say, Romania, when it joins the Axis, German forces can move into Romania. Well, if Vichy technically continues on after the American invasion, but it becomes fully occupied. It is no longer unoccupied France. It is occupied France, and it is now a collaborationist France, though once the occupation happens, the only French forces are the ones that are volunteer units within the Waffen-SS at that point. All the rest of the forces are disarmed or are become free French. And at that point, basically everywhere else goes free French with the occupation. There's no longer a reason for forces otherwise to not be free French, because France is fully occupied. That is sort of the idea. Again, I don't understand why the French carrier never leaves Guadeloupe. I don't know whether it's a mechanical breakdown of the ship, like it's rusting away and they're just not worth saving, but with the desperate need for carriers at the time, I don't know why, because I think it's the Jean Bart French battleship that's fairly new. It's not like some ancient, pre-World War I thing. It is a post-World War I battleship, shall we say. So fairly new. Is taken to American port and spent 9 months being reworked and refitted. And it's like late 44 or whatever, or early 45 or something like that it leaves, after it's refit with a French crew. And basically the war's over for naval. And France has no interest in participating in the Pacific campaign. But so I don't know why the U.S. does, because is it the crew is the problem? Is it a political thing? Because once you've got it there, I don't know why you don't get it and use it and get it up to be like an escort carrier or whatever, escorting convoys, but they don't. Verne is not a very well designed or outfitted ship. Is that the name of the carrier? Yeah, I don't know that it is a very well designed or outfitted ship, toy jet. And I'm not suggesting that it should be used as a fleet carrier against Japan, or as a fleet carrier in operations around the Pacific. But is it really worse than a CVE? A Jeep carrier sometimes. I'm not talking about the nice Independence class or class of light fleet carriers, CVLs. Yes, is it worse than a Jeep carrier? You're saying yes, because some of those Jeep carriers are converted oil tankers and converted freighters. So maybe it's that bad. I guess I don't know. If it's truly that bad, then I understand. But I always figured that it's at least as good as an escort carrier. So, but if it's really that bad, was a poorly rebuilt battleship. Yeah, I know. But some of these Jeep carriers are just converted freighters and converted tankers. But yeah, I mean, if it was truly that bad, yeah, I know Toy does know a bit more about some naval stuff than I do. And I do see Arno over on kick.com saying, how's the chat doing over there? But so, yeah, so it never ends up anywhere. And I just don't know. News didn't make more. Well, yeah, I get the idea didn't make more, but it's just, I mean, it's got to be really bad, that it's so bad that you don't want to sail it, back and forth with a convoy and put 10 or 20 aircraft on it. I mean, it doesn't need to be like a fully, good flight wing and well organized, but just enough to fly around and, keep submarines off your ass. I mean, it's got to be really bad for that. They figured from their experience that the battleship would remain the king of the seas. Okay, well, yeah. But, you know, it just, because being an escort carrier to me is just sort of like, you know. And here, how, you know, how does this happen? What is happening here? Again, yeah. But the French admiral kept ordering BBs when everyone else made CVs. Yes. So, okay, so yeah, this whole rant is what this episode has turned into, and a history lesson. So because, and the reason I'm talking about all this is I am also a game designer. Now, I haven't designed a game from France. I'm not from France. I'm looking at France here. From you know, fresh from the start, basic level. But I have worked with Third Reich events for, you know, Hearts of Iron 3, so a heavily modded game. And so I'm taking the game and I'm designing it, doing more. It's not, you know, starting from a blank slate. It is building on top of stuff already here. And so I have to think about just what conditions, how does France get into it, what state, are they neutral, are they a puppet of Germany in the Axis, not in the Axis, all of this stuff. And so we have this military conflict that is growing over time that, to the best of my knowledge, Britain never declares war against the Vichy government. The Vichy government never declares war against Britain, even though they're dropping bombs on British territories. The Americans are coming to liberate them. So America doesn't want to look like it's declaring war on it. And the fighting is brief. And the fighting, like the fighting in Syria, like the fighting in Madagascar, it's once the Allies have the upper hand in a particular battle, the French either withdraw or surrender. That's my understanding of how all these actions go. So, you know, they're on the defensive. The British move in. They, you know, the French realize it. They start shooting at the British coming in. The British maneuver around, overwhelm, outflank, whatever. Either the French are able to withdraw, or they just, we surrender. I mean, you beat us fair and square. You know, Franco or Francisco or whatever over there, Philippe or whatever, he died, and this other dude over there, you know, from the Arab militia unit died. Okay, we can surrender now. And so it's you know, I don't want to make too light of the battles, but I also don't want to make them out as to be, you know, some sort of Stalingrad battle for Beirut or Damascus or something like that. But and where you find, whether, you know, Ber Hakim famously, the Free French Foreign Legion, part of the line fighting against Rommel and whatnot, gets literally overrun by enemy tanks, and they keep fighting. They don't give up. They fight. They're diehard, and you know, that they're literally driving over their dugout pits, and the French are, okay, the tank just rolled over, let's pop up and start shooting back at the infantry again, kind of thing. So that they were quite, unlike, say, the Italians, who never really fight hard, they're willing to fight hard, but they don't fight hard for Vichy against Britain. And these may, in cases, be literally the same troops. Because eventually, I'm sure that there are some politically unreliable officers that are not allowed into, and I don't know the details of it, but I'm just, from some of the stuff I read around, I don't think they're allowed back into command positions. But most of the French troops that are taken over at different stages become Free French troops. Okay, well, let's play a little bit before the end of the episode here, but that's sort of the story of Vichy, and when does it join the war? when is it neutral? When is it at war? Okay, this is mountainous. So what we're going to do here is we're going to send, this is a camp desert unit. Now, let's send you that way.
Sì, signore.
Send you that way. Oil processing advanced would be nice.
Sì, signore.
This what's acceptable. Get in there. That down. Okay. So we've got that. We're in November 40. We got this one. I know. Okay. We'll do that. While we can, let's build another fuel silo. We'll stick it up here in the north. And we're doing pretty good on convoys. So, we'll build another military. I know from the action of, okay, well, we can, well, let's look at logistics here. Okay, we can use a little bit more, but I want to increase some stuff that will do that. Use some more fighters too, just because they're the 100. I also don't like the, there's, like I said, I generally sort of like the DLC, but I don't like the air units are default, and I guess without modding, I presume modding you can, but defaulting it at 100 strength. Okay. Germany just declared war on Yugoslavia. So we are going to be invading Yugoslavia, and that will be happening, yes, next episode. So thanks everyone. Again, I want to thank Tim, Strongarm, Niagro, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, and Gary, some of them are here, for your support over on Patreon. I appreciate it heavily. But everyone else, just remember, if you smash the like button or the subscribe button or both and post a comment, those really help. So please do that. Thank you so much. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, well, we're going to make another episode, but I don't know. Oh, we do have the new infantry equipment here. Okay, so we can upgrade. We'll do that. So starting and stopping the game did that. But I'm going to be right back here in just a moment, but we will be continuing here, so don't go anywhere unless you have something you need to do. I'll be right back. Okay, coming back, almost back to starting again. Just give me a moment. I have not forgotten you. I want to check a couple of things here. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 4. And of course, we're playing the Blood Alone, by Blood Alone DLC, and playing as Italy because of that. So I hope you all stay around. We had if you didn't catch the last episode, I sort of did a history of the conflict of Britain versus Vichy France, and sort of my thoughts on it. So you might want to check that episode out if you want to hear also a bit of a rant against Paradox and their problems. But yeah, and we're going to continue playing here. Germany has declared war against Yugoslavia. And that's what I'm going to hopefully remember to title this episode and talk about it. And I know I've talked about this before. This is a bad idea for Germany to do so. I do not think that there is a serious concern that Yugoslavia, Greece, and Bulgaria. Now, if you can get them into... Now, they pushed a lot of pressure on Yugoslavia to get it into the Axis, and that caused the collapse of the government because they were not pro-Axis. Bulgaria, I don't know how much pressure they put on it to get into the Axis. And I will say a bit more with Bulgaria. Russia pushing, or Soviet Union, I should say, pushing hard for Romanian territory upsets Bulgaria. And then, of course, you have the sort of greed of, hey, we can maybe, and again, I hate the fucking states because these should be sort of Italian controlled and these should be able to be Bulgarian controlled here. Because it's sort of like here, about half of this province and here's Kiepe or whatever goes to Bulgaria. And of course, this territory goes back to Bulgaria. Because it had been Bulgarian territory before World War I. So there's fears and reasons for Bulgaria to come into the Axis, but had these three states remained neutral, I don't think Britain or America are going to declare war on them to push up into the South, and I don't think that there is a serious chance that they're going to decide that they just want to join the Allies. And so there are effectively very little, I could say almost no, but very little resistance resources down here that the Axis needs and that they can't, that in any way is worth the manpower, the weapons, weapons and whatnot to occupy these territories. Yeah, I know, in 1940 and 1941, they're winning. It's just winning. We're winning. When are you going to get tired of winning? And everything's just winning. And so that they, sort of kind of think that let's grab up things while we can. I do get that mentality, but it is really a bad mistake. It's like, I think really if you invaded Spain, of course that would be the worst mistake, but even if having Spain be neutral, and if Italy was neutral like Spain was, I think that would have been better for the Axis than them joining. But all that being said, if you're going to invade Yugoslavia, it is much better. I don't know if November 1940, but 1940, when I normally play my campaigns out as Germany in Hearts of Iron, whether 3 or 4, I normally just invade in 1940 after taking out France. Now I do it in 1940 for a few reasons. The main reason I do this is because of the mechanic that whether it's Hearts of Iron 4 or Hearts of Iron 3, if I own this territory and if I can own a port down here somewhere that's German controlled all the way down, I can use German transports to transport and supply places in the Mediterranean that are German controlled. So it's partially a game mechanic, but it is also it's multiple game mechanic reasons is why instead of letting them stay neutral, I do invade them, but I do it normally immediately after taking of France. And so this is close enough to that. So if you're going to do it, now is the time to do it. Oh, we're not at war with him? I thought we would be. Okay. Okay, now there we go. We'll do this division can attack there. These pounds are, well, Italian light armor. Let's move this way. Be bold and daring and we're going to push hard. And we're going to push it there. These guys can defend here. Yes. Okay. Good. These guys can come to here. These guys can come to there. First into there. Now this armored division, I want you to come down this way. Right there with this infantry support down the same path. And you can come right down the coastline. You guys, you can... Where's Zagra? A little bit more. Now, those watching either now or later on YouTube, we're thinking about starting again with multiplayer HOI IV. Would you guys be interested in that? Please, those watching, well, an hour later, in watching that, I know Toyjet has already, said that, yeah, he wants to actually join and play, but interested in watching that, I'm saying. I don't know how many people we're going to get to play in it, but, okay. You attack there with their support. You attack here with their support. just sort of interested if you guys are, whether those watching now or watching later, if you particularly want to see multiplayer action, or if you prefer me talking and prattling on about history while playing more importantly. Here, okay guys, Balkans ground support, maybe we should be doing this even earlier.
Pronto all'azione. Ordini. Comandi. Sì, signore. Formazione. Comandi.
Reading back, so you push to there, you go
Avanzate.
X down that way, you push over into there. Since we have some German allies here, let's...
Avanzate.
No. You go where the enemy is.
Formazione.
Okay, hungry. I want the territory.
Pronto, signore.
I want the headaches of occupation.
Avanzate.
Okay, I think we're capturing some more ports. Well, we're doing moderately well on productions of transports. So let's do some submarine hull productions. We'll just put all extra. Sub production.
Ordini. Pronto. Sì, signore. Sì, signore. Pronto. Sì, signore. Avanzate. Avanzate. Sì, signore. Avanzate. Pronto.
Well, so far it's looking like we're overrunning them.
Formazione. Avanzate.
Okay, let's see. Yugoslavia has capitulated. Horthy has announced that the cowardly nation. Oh, so Horthy gets most of Yugoslavia. And we get a little bit of extra. Okay. Some trains, some towed artillery. Okay. Anti-aircraft, improved artillery. Alright. Okay, well. That's interesting. There looks to be okay, well, be interesting, yes. injustice undone, so we get more political power. We have a lot of it. Gain base war support, nice. Change popularity of fascism. Compliance and resistance down. In Dalmatia, Zara, North Slovenia, and Croatia, and 4 other states, compliance and resistance down. That's good. So, again, this is why I don't like this fucking state mechanic. Okay, I guess we're just surviving off of the supplies. Oh, okay, we're being pushed out of here, but this is a desert province. We're going to hold in the mountains, I hope. Let's move to here. You move to there. Hopefully some of these other guys will organize themselves up to defend well enough. This is, of course, mostly... I moved most of the good units out. I don't know, do we even have an proper infantry? Yeah, it looks like we have one proper infantry division here and cavalry division. I moved the good units out, like I say. So, it's a lot of junky units, the, you know, colonial type stuff that are holding here and just hopefully delaying a lot of good British units and others from coming and messing with us. We're almost done with the Libyan Railway, which will help us with supply there. Now,
Pronto. Pronto.
Let's move some of our mountain troops into the mountains. I know the AI can't figure that one out. The programmers of the AI can't figure that one out.
Avanzate.
But hey.
Ordini. Pronto all'azione. Avanzate.
So yes, this is a better outcome. Now, what I am thinking of doing here is, I know this was a very quick invasion of Yugoslavia, not that Yugoslavian invasions take very long historically. Not if you're trying to do it all in one go. Sort of like their do it and do. Where you can push here, which is going to be 70 days, and then 35 days here. I've just... Things like getting the railways done to better supply my forces in North Africa. As we can see here, it would be nice to have better supply coming in. Okay, yeah, we'll take your support equipment because I know I'm somewhat low on it. Support equipment only 64 positive, yes. We'll take it if you're feeling generous. You can see here the organization levels are very low because of supply problems here versus up here. We're being invaded somewhere. Is that an invasion warning? Just don't think a naval battle warning. Oh no, naval invasions here. Oh, we are facing a naval invasion. Where? Okay, well.
Formazione.
No. Okay, get on trains, come down. This way?
Avanzate.
Comandi. Oh, come down.
Avanzate. Avanzate.
Go to there, you can come down to
Avanzate.
here, and you can come down just a split.
Formazione. Avanzate. Avanzate.
Hey Beam Slam, how you doing? Well, Mediterranean conquest is going okay. We've just taken out a good chunk of Yugoslavia. And we're still sort of holding out in the mountains down here, and I guess there's enough supply coming in from our control down here to keep us fed and keep, you know, munitions going, that we're able to do this. Fight on. With really junky units, so thinking about wasted forces. Not really.
Pronto all'azione. Ordini.
Oh, they've landed already. Okay. Well,
Avanzate.
come down here. Well, they're holding out, because these are holding out against. It's called Ethiopia. This is, you know, Britain liberated Ethiopia, not Italian trying to conquer. Oh, now this has gone over to Germany. Oh, I thought that was Italian. I don't know. Why is that German? What did they want in Mostar?
Sì, signore. Comandi.
You come to that port. I'm changing my mind. You come this way.
Sì, signore.
There.
Pronto, signore.
You support the attack. This is... Come on. Expeditor, wants to send divisions, expeditor. Oh, okay. Don't know what I'm going to do with those divisions. Oh, goody. I now have divisions up here. Well, let's... Maybe the Germans just didn't feel like they had a good enough commander. Desert Fox, irregular officer. Zero now. Cavalry leader, combined armed expert. Okay, well he'd make a good. Well, these are all infantry divisions. Do we have an infantry officer? Mountaineer here. Oh, there we go. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm going to leave them here in there to fight Soviet Union when Germany declares war there. Hello, J. von der Resfolk. I hope I'm getting that. I have trouble with that. Xeno late again for offensive into Egypt. We pushed a little bit, but we are trying to get our railways and our supply lines better. We're just having fun holding out here and not losing. Why? Okay, well, we've taken care of that little invasion.
Pronto, signore. Comandi.
You guys can go back into there.
Attento. Pronto, signore.
Okay, I guess that's cold weather Italian is what that is. Okay, I get that. He's wearing a great coat. Yeah, hang on. But see, what this is really doing, of course, is all of these other units are being tied up down here for the expense of colonial units that I guess I could have theoretically evacuated up to Libya or something, but otherwise. But we're, you know, we got all those infantry battalions and whatnot just sitting down here. So that's doing useful for us, in my opinion. Okay, well, we got pre-production factories here. No, I'm not building recently acquired territory really just yet. We are sort of running out of some slots in some places. I see you're getting lowish. Okay, Sicily. Yeah, we can put a factory down there. And over here, we can build another one. Let's look at our... Okay. Resistance is fairly low. Oh, well, you know what I should do here is... Okay, let's have another factory here. Naval bombers. I have not been playing the intelligence agency war operatives. Okay, here. They had been down here, where you're okay, you're back in root out resistance up here. And you resistance here. So that we're having that happen. So we keep hopefully resistance down. Okay, let's look at our supplies. Well, supplies are fair. King Carl II abdicates. Okay. Let's see, instead of worrying about all of this supply coming across there, let's come back over to yeah, well, let's build that first. Build all these supply hubs. Hey, Niagara's back. Well, cool. I love the railway. I love the railways in this game. I so wish this was in HOI IV. But it's here now, so... You know, but I love it. Now we may need to strengthen up our connection, but at least let's get level 1 railways connected down into some of these supply hubs down here. We can craft food. Okay. You want food, do you? Well, so far, so let's
Comandi.
like that. Railway Empire 2, I'm looking for. Yes, Niagara. I haven't really followed any of the updates, but I am looking forward to it. I've been playing Railway Empire 1 through recently again. I really do like that game. You know, guys, I'm glad Beam Slam is here on Twitch and Arno and Toyjet and whatnot, but I've really come to the conclusion that this channel is tailored for Niagara. I really think so. We've got Hearts of Iron, including Hearts of Iron 3, which Niagara, of course, if you guys don't know, Niagara was a player of Third Reich events before I ever started a YouTube channel. So in the sense of commenting back and forth on the Third Reich events threads, I've known Niagara longer than just about any of you guys the other people out here. So, and he's been playing my mod way back then. And of course, I'm sure, I don't even have to think about it. Watched my first playthrough of Third Reich events just because so many of the players back then did watch that. And we also, because I know he was liking my Franco-Prussian War videos, and of course he's one of the few people out there that actually likes my watching videos with Railway Empire and whatnot. So yeah, I think this is sort of a channel tailored for Niagara is the thing. I just wish there was about 20,000 more Niagaras out there wanting to watch all my videos out there, so that would be perfect. Thank you, Niagara, for all your support, and I'm so glad you're a viewer here for so long. So yeah. We're losing a few. Let's. So this is attritional. Let's. Okay, Libyan Railway. So we've got Libyan Railways. So that should. We now have this here. Okay. We have a railway from Tripoli through to here, and then supply mode that should improve. Connections, we'll see how all that goes. What would be a better place when there would be 20,000 of you? Yes. An army of Niagaras, yes, that would be good. Okay, well, we're going to Italian irredentism. So we're going to do this. That could have been done before the war started, and we might have had some good results there too, but we're doing it now. I am definitely a... Oh, and of course Niagara also likes the War Thunder content and plays, of course, many of the War Thunder days with us. So it just all seems so targeted towards Niagara. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm not... in any way suggesting that. It's a good thing. Okay. So, don't forget security units in all your ports. Yeah, I do need to, okay, we do have those guys there, but I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I am still recruiting these guys here. Oh, you exceeded cap for the division template. Okay, so I can't do more of those. Damn. I was sort of expecting those to keep coming. Well, let's get rid of... No, they're not taking up too much, because that's what these guys were meant to be. I wanted... My question is why? Why do they have a cap for these units? I would really love to know what their thinking is. Now these Nera. They're, black shirt units. They're black shirt militia units. They're basically a Italian version of the SA. Salute to also the other nerds here. Yes. Oh, well, I want all the nerds here, but he just everything. To infantry with shovels and anti-tanks should do the job. Yeah. Well, I just wanted, these cheap militia units that weren't taking up hardware and, like you say, just sort of militia stuck there. Now, out of these black shirts, they recruit up and train battalions that go into regular divisions to sort of keep them more loyal. And even that's maybe the wrong term, the wrong way of looking at it. There's a bunch of black shirts around in Italy that are fascists, and they need more men in the divisions. Italian divisions start out as triangular. There's basically, and we'll get another lecture here from Gamer, there's 4 basic types of divisions. There's square divisions. Square divisions have 4 brigades. So it would be 4 of these lines with, whether they're infantry or whatever, but 4, and I'm not talking like whether, I know these are these sort of support and then these. I'm not talking like artillery support. I'm talking like frontline type troops. Square divisions have 4 brigades in them. A lot of Soviet divisions in the 1930s are square divisions. They're big divisions. They purge a lot of their officers in the purges, and then also stick on top of them commissars, so that they're not well trained, the replacement officers, and they're scared to death of the commissars running. And especially you see these big square divisions go into Finland and get butchered. So the competency of the leadership isn't very good. The Soviets, I don't know, they have, at least in manpower, effectively go down to almost the smallest division, which we'll get to, but 2 brigade divisions. I'm not sure exactly their order of battle, how they're organized, but they get very small, maybe even down to brigade size units. But they figure out that they're command and control because they don't have lots of radios. They don't have terribly many field telephones per division. It's just too big of a formation to handle. The Japanese, I also think, are running square divisions. And the Americans pre-war may also be running square divisions. Most nations, like Germany, run triangular divisions, and that's the standard division that the Americans use through the actual, by the time the war starts. Triangular divisions are 3 brigade divisions. That's sort of how you get to triangular. But with triangular, also the idea is that the design is 2 brigades to be in combat and 1 brigade to be in reserve. Now, obviously, the reserve brigade will be put into combat at times while the other 2 brigades are still in combat, either to stop a breakthrough that's coming through, or once there is a weak spot in the enemy to push in and around. But the idea is, at some point, because you can't keep all the soldiers fighting all of the time, you would withdraw one of the brigades from active combat to let it rest up, to become the reserve, to then have the other 2 in fighting. So it's rotating in and out what are the most active brigades within the division, and that's what a lot of nations do. Now, Italy wants to increase the size of its army. World War II. They have triangular divisions. Now, if you keep, and if we had things, the idea that this is not over here, and the idea Hearts of Iron is sort of screwed up in the way it works. We can take that as read, but because you really don't have I mean, we can talk about things, but really you don't have frontline artillery units, frontline anti-tank units. You either have anti-tank equipment as part of a regular, because this is a battalion, as part of a battalion, and often you do, you have anti-tank guns that are the heavy weapons, either company in a battalion or the heavy weapons platoon in a company, however you want to talk about these things. You do have those. And then you also have additional support elements. You don't really have this. This is just sort of screwy. But so if you want to increase your army, well, if you don't have a huge population, what you can do is, and this is what Italy does, is it takes one of its brigades away from its divisions. So if you have 2 divisions sitting there, you take 1 brigade away from 2 divisions now, and you combine those 2, and Italy doesn't, but if it did have enough support equipment, I mean, it has to do enough to do some of it, but it's woefully under equipped in many divisions. But the idea is now though you have to duplicate this element, so you end up with 3 divisions instead of 2. And in theory, that is stronger, because instead of having 2 of these things here supporting 3 brigades or 6 brigades, you now have 3 of these supporting 6 brigades, just divided into divisions. The problem is with having, so triangular divisions are 3, and binary divisions are with 2 brigades. The problem is you don't have a reserve, a real reserve. So you will exhaust this unit and then have to rotate in and out, so it becomes a single brigade or not. So it's too small. So the idea of a super reinforced brigade, either a single brigade, and then of course you don't have really, I mean, you can call anything, you can label anything, you can the 5th division is that platoon standing over there, or something like that. Yes, you can call anything a division, but a division by general convention is 2 or more brigades, or sometimes they might be labeled as regiments, depending on the army tradition that you're facing. So whether in brigade and regiment can vary between different nations and services. Sometimes you literally have single battalion brigade or single battalion regiments. Sometimes you have like the regimental combat team within the United States Army of World War II, in which it's sort of like a brigade. It's a combined arms element that has multiple battalions in it. So regiment is a bit of a changing term, and depending on the army and depending on when we're talking about the 18th century or the 20th century or somewhere in between. But generally speaking, if it's just enough battalions to form a multi-battalion unit, it would be a brigade, not a division. 2 brigades becomes a division. So the smallest division you should probably have is 2 brigades. And so if you're talking about a reserve division, old guys division, a coastal defense division, a occupation division, these types of divisions, actually a 2 brigade division is good, because they're, like I say, like a coastal defense, but or a home guard or a occupation division, because if the Allies invade, and if these are fully equipped up with artillery and anti-tank guns and anti-aircraft guns and engineers and reconnaissance, then you have more reconnaissance per amount of battalions in the field. And what's hitting the beaches or parachuting in, well, you're talking about an emergency situation in which all the brigades are fighting while you put these other guys on trains and you get them to the front, the proper full big units, right? So so the standard divisions are coming while this spread out lighter formations that are sort of manpower, because they could be also filled, I said old man divisions, could be the old draftees, but it could also be old man and young man, the 18-year-old who just joined up, went through basic training, and instead of immediately sending him off to the front lines somewhere, you put him in this old man division for 6 months to age a bit, to take, to get a bit older, to get a bit more experience, hang out with the old guys, get a little bit more trained up. And you're doing good because, whether it's here in Italy or guarding the French coast, or if you're, occupying, France, or if, you're sort of in the U.S. and you're sort of a manpower reserve division, you're really, not really planning on defending against an attack from Mexico, but there's divisions at home that people are being siphoned off to, and so there's reasons to have formations. Oh, and of course, if things go to hell and there's a D-Day that fails, a Dunkirk, if all this works out here, the torch landings, but then Germany sends in 2 panzer armies and comes in and crushes all these forces and they're unable to withdraw them, or even if they're able to withdraw them in a Dunkirk sense, the manpower, but all the equipment and all the formation, as a fighting formation, are gone. And they can reconstitute themselves, but it's going to take a while to reconstitute themselves. But hey, you've got fresh divisions here to, send off somewhere else while these divisions are reconstituting. So there's reasons for reserve divisions that may have young men that are either eventually to feed into the pipeline or whatever. So there are good reasons to have binary divisions. Very good reasons. And there's also very good reasons to have a reinforced brigade, meaning basically just a brigade with, whether it's a division scale, the same amount of artillery that you would have in a division, or simply less artillery than you would, in total numbers than you would have in a division, but actual artillery and not just mortars or light infantry guns or whatever, but, have some 105s and some 150 millimeter artilleries, but, maybe just a few guns to do that. But a single brigade as a sort of, and I would try to form these as like an elite formation, by not having a depth of, and we're going to get to what the Italians found is that these units do not have sustainability. Whether it's combat losses and get too weak too fast, and a single brigade unit would have those, they don't have sustainability, being able to absorb a lot of combat losses. Or whether it's just simply needing to cycle in and out, units in and out of the front line, like you say, have the reserve brigade in a triangular division. So Italy goes over from a triangular divisions over to a binary thing, and then realizes that there's a problem. They don't quite have the ability to go back to triangular divisions. So what they do, and I will get to Toy Jet and Beam Slam's comment in just a moment, I did see them that they're there. What they did do is, instead of trying to bring back a proper third brigade, just bring in a fascist black shirt battalion or two. And it varies a bit from unit to unit. Now, these black shirts do get proper, at least I think they do, and I say these things, and then because I've read about them, and I think mostly they do get proper infantry training. They're not just the fascist street militia handed rifles and say, you're in the army now. I think they do get proper training, but instead of going into the regular army, they're just trained and then sent in. And it's somewhat of a trying to make the regular royal, because it is the royal Italian army, try to make the royal divisions more loyal to the fascist regime. It's partly that. And also note, people, I know a lot of you have watched, but not all of you have, my series on Germany. The SA is used the same way, but unlike trying to have, until very late in the war, unlike trying to have a SA battalion within the army, Hitler is worried about his army. He is more afraid of his army than anything else. Up until about 1936 is when they really start introducing conscription. And I don't know how it works in Italy, but I know in Germany they conscript the SA. The SA get conscripted in. They're not held as some special status for non-conscription. Where like the SS is, if you're an SS guy, you're in the Allgemeine SS, you're guarding some camp of some sort of concentration type, and before the war it's brutal and it's evil, but the death camps don't start until after the war starts, so it's still just a concentration camp. At that point, you're a concentration camp guard, you're not going to be drafted into the army. And so the SS is recruiting from these guard camps to Waffen-SS units. But the SA are not treated that as like non-draftable. No, they are draftable, and they're draftable. They go in as regular soldiers, but there are millions of them going into the army, or 1 million or more going into the army. And that, having these guys spread throughout the army, whether it's a proper assumption of Hitler's or not is another question, but he breathes a sigh of relief that now we have a lot of these loyal SA men in the army won't revolt. Well, the army eventually does, with or elements of it under the Stauffenberg and Home Army revolt attempt, but which collapses, doesn't go well, but it does attempt to revolt. So and once you get into military discipline with the military ability to just out of hand shoot soldiers who don't obey orders, I don't really know how well the SA element in the German army would have kept their officer from following their officers if their officers are doing a coup against the Nazi government. But I don't know. But I think it is a mix of more loyal to the fascist regime, and simply we have all these black shirt young men that aren't in the army for whatever reason, and I don't know enough about the Italian regime to know exactly why they aren't there. But they're sent into the army as black shirt units, as supposed to be highly motivated soldiers. And that's also the third aspect. Loyalty, more manpower, but also the lack of motivation of the common Italian soldier. It is thought that these fascists are ideologically motivated to fight well and hard. Well, I think and there are some that do fight like well and hard, volunteer units that are fighting out on the Eastern Front. But I think it's very quickly I think it very quickly becomes a situation like for the standard Italian soldier is a lack of confidence in the military leadership above them at any and all levels, meaning they do not when a whether it's a lieutenant or a general orders you to go charge that position, even if it seems, because it's maybe not just you alone, it's you and 100 of your friends, but and you can get to that machine gun, you and your 100 machine friends, you're going to take that machine gun, but you're not sure whether you're going to take 10 casualties, 20 casualties, 40 casualties. Well, you can get that machine gun because whether it's a bayonet charge or, leapfrog, bang, bang, run 10 feet, drop down, bang, bang, jump up and run. However it is you're assaulting the position, you can do it, but you don't necessarily know how the casualty rates are. But if you don't have the trust in that the guy who's ordering you to do it is, one, that this is the best option available to take on that machine gun, and two, how necessary it is to go fight and take that machine gun. They just do not have trust in the competency of their officers, where the Germans, the British, the Americans, they have that confidence. And if you watch the really great series, and it's been a long time since I've seen it, Band of Brothers, how the guy from Friends, officer who plays a clueless officer, they lose trust in him and gets lost, and basically he's kicked out of the airborne, and I guess they encounter him later as doing something. But that's a case and that's a case of the system where the Italian Royal Army doesn't have a good system on this, of weeding out officers that do not have trust in the men in the system. So the German and the U.S. and British and whatnot have, and now the Soviets use terror, both on their individual soldiers as well as their officers and whatnot, as opposed to trust in their system. It's terror of their system. But the Americans, it's trust. The Germans, it's trust in their system. The Italians lack the trust in their officers. The Italians, so this goes for the fascists as well, have incredibly bad equipment. There's a good episode that I go into the details of just how bad the light machine gun that Italy is using, let alone the heavy machine gun, is still bad, but not as bad. And the rifles are not very good, and all the problems of the Italian equipment. So their equipment, as well as things like anti-tank guns, are not performing well enough, not doing the job of stopping the enemy tanks, and all this stuff. So they have no confidence in their officers, they have no confidence in their equipment, and also supply is a serious issue in many, many cases. Maybe not the supply of pasta and wine in Italy, but getting out in various combat frontings, as well as supply of bullets, keeping enough bullets coming. Because if you got the greatest machine, just a second, let me drink something here. You got the greatest machine gun artillery piece in the world, but you have no ammo to shoot through it. It just becomes a big hunk of metal that you got to haul around. So if you're not supplying enough ammo to the guns, however good or bad your guns may be, it doesn't matter. So I suspect some of the reason the Greeks do as well here and push here is these guys that are up here, in the mountains on the front line, they're getting down to their last 20 or 30 cartridges in their cartridge belt, and the Greeks are still shooting at them, and they're going, well, I got enough ammunition for next little while, but I don't have any ammunition for tomorrow, and today's ammunition that was supposed to show up didn't show up. Guys, let's go back this way, because we know our supply depots are somewhere back this way, and go find ammunition. I truly believe that is part of the problems with the Italian fighting here is they don't keep the cartridge belts equipped in the because their officer corps and their supply corps just are not good enough to do it, are keeping equipped, and these guys aren't wanting to go bayonet fighting with the Greeks. Give me ammo, give me for my machine guns, rifles, and artillery. They might very well be ready to fight with the Greeks, because the Greeks, are good warriors, but they're not a modern army, really, in my opinion. I mean, I think they're more of, a World War I type army, which is sort of what the Italians are. So, sort of somewhat evenly matched, but, things aren't going so well for the Italians, so they fall back. And so I think all of these things hit the fascists as well, even though they ideologically believe that fascism is good, and hey, wouldn't it be nice to have a new Roman Empire? This whole thing is fucked. Officers, supply, quality of weapons. Let's see what toy jet. The cap was added on special units because multiplayer games were complaining or whatever about armies made up of nothing but Marines and such. Okay, I totally agree with that idea. Toy jet, and I understood that for things like mountain divisions that are supposed to be sort of elite over standard divisions. Panzer divisions were originally considered elite by Germany, but really in looking at history, they're more dependent upon production of tanks than training of elite soldiers. So it's more limiting the size of panzer divisions or whatever is more, I think, about production. And if you want to talk about United States Marines or paratroopers, you're absolutely right, and I agree with you, and as well as strange irregular units that are created either by events or by national focuses, and you don't want huge numbers of them showing up in the game that are representing colonial recruitment or something like that is not based on actual population scale. It's based upon some sort of how many locals would want to join up with you. So I agree with that. I just don't understand why these guys fall into that category, militia troops, because they don't seem to be like wonder fighters, like some players' idea of Waffen-SS super soldier type things. If we're talking about creating, and there's we can talk about elite status of some Waffen-SS units, and I would agree that there should be certain elite statuses, maybe not as much as some people would think, but so it isn't even talking about creating something like that. We're talking about creating some sort of fascist militia group that doesn't have that. So I get where you're talking about, and I totally agree with the concept. I just don't know why these militia come under that mechanic. Okay, like 2 units going to beam slams, 2 units with artillery and other supports. That's the general setup of a division, even brigades with variations. Yes. And I also like the idea of reinforced brigades, a few of them as an elite type formation that, yes, it does not have the staying power of a proper division, but it's not meant to. It's meant to be the leading element of the Ardennes offensive, sort of like Kampfgruppe Piper, that you put in, you get a panzer battalion, a armored infantry, panzer grenadier battalion, and you put extra support units on it, and you create this unit that's going to be the spearhead and push through, but it needs to be followed up by proper divisions, because at some point it's going to exhaust itself, and you need the other divisions with more support. But the idea of having creating a spearhead, an idea of, instead of say 3 battalions or 6 battalions with 12 artillery pieces, you have 1 or 2 battalions with 12 artillery pieces, supporting it. So it's like over support. It's it's a concentration of firepower, of maneuver, stuff in a very narrow area to overwhelm at that point the enemy. You can't, and it's not designed to keep doing it over and over and over again without a break. It's designed to do it for a while, stop, allow the regular divisions go, and then refit, re-equip, whatever, come back into it. So, okay, we're going to see about timing for the invasion of Greece in just a moment. Hello, Suzo. Are you talking about special forces units? Yes, we are sort of talking about, but why the, because I'm playing the standard DLC, not any mod, but why the Italian fascist militia are limited in size. I don't get that. I get the special forces, yes. You know, mountain troops, paratroopers, U.S. Marines or other Marines, you know, Royal Marines or something. I get those, and I also get the idea of strange irregular forces from other parts of the world being, you know, camel corps or whatever being limited. I just don't get militia, whether they're ideological militia units or other militia units being limited. I don't get that. That doesn't, to me, make sense. So, yeah. Always wondered how best to use those. Well, I'm using them, and I wanted to make more of them as cheap port guards. You know, without using up my anti-tank guns and without using up my artillery and without using up trucks or other things, of just have sort of rear area port guards kind of thing is what I wanted to do with them. Is just to have something there. Playing Germany and North Africa has been taken by the Allies. Is it worth using them to spam normal infantry at tanks? Hello, Demon. How you doing? You know, the AI seems to, and, you know, because we're talking about playing the game and not talking about reality. It seems to often try to do minor invasions. I just recently had an invasion of like 1 or 2 divisions. I think it was 2 divisions here. Two divisions landed right here, and we're trying to take this port, and I had 1 division already up here, and I sent 2 divisions from one that stayed here up to deal with that. So if the AI is coming at you with light forces, what you should have is, so I don't want my capital taken, but what you should have is somebody guarding all of the ports. So that if they land, they've got to take a port to get proper supply. And I don't have enough here, you know, around. That's why I wanted more spammed out, is to have guys in all the ports just sitting in the ports cheaply, and then have maybe a bit better division. We can look at this template. Well, this isn't one. This is just a cavalry regimento. Regimento Niazra Cavalleria. As a quick react, this was maybe an okayish quick reaction force locally, and not, you know, something put on some major front, but to have some infantry divisions around to, before the enemy fully overwhelms you, to secure the area and push them out. So what do you use the defensive units? I got to rethink my defensive armies. Using the default infantry one really screws me over later on in supply. Yeah, and so you need a blocking force. And then I don't know if the AI is going to do a US-style major invasion, then they'll roll over your light forces. So Italy becomes a problem with all of that. And thanks for showing up on Twitch there, Sozo, or however you pronounce that. If you haven't already, please follow the channel. Love to have you around, and one can also subscribe to me over on YouTube. So yeah, Italy is a hard problem to defend because there's a lot of coastline and islands, and yeah, it isn't. Hello, Jetin. Yes, exactly, and because there's, you know, you don't. I have seen some invasions down here. You less likely need to guard your Adriatic ports, but maybe you do to a degree. And so you want, there's just so many. The problem is if they get a hold of a port, and then they can start pouring in armor and other forces to just drive in deep, you're in trouble. And you're sort of in trouble anyways, but you're more in trouble if they get a hold of a port. And, you know, if I'm playing this right, what I should be doing is, well, let's see, we don't have anybody here even, so get going down there. But if I had militia units in all of these locations, the Germans are sort of there, which is nice of them. If I had militia units, I would have them on all the ports, enough of them, and then I would have some reaction forces of regular units. Military, the opposite of that. Military police, essentially the opposite. Yes. Now, military, we do have various occupation types. Here we do. And here, also realize with the mechanics, and I don't, do a lot of details with this, is you do have, like here, we have 23,000. We do have people occupying forces here around that are working as military police. And okay, here we can look at the garrisons around, and if we wanted to release other nations, we could do so. Oh, Demon, welcome to the chat. Now I can dual stream. Well, very good, Niagara. More watching is better watching, definitely. For algorithms. Canceling Lend-Lease, well, fine. And so there is a mechanic of that. Now I was getting ready and move. I had a British invasion here for a while, so because we had a lot of forces that were still up here. Okay, and we still do have some forces here that we don't need. These are all messed up. Okay. And mentioning Greece and when. Okay, so what we're doing here is we just started we have 67 days left of Italian irredentism, and then we're doing this currently. I'm not sure what is going to be the next thing, but quite possibly it would be the 35 days for war with Greece. So that is sort of our current plans and timing for potential, unless Greece somehow enters the war by either German declaring war or somehow the British convinces them that they should enter the war. That is our current time scale. Where I became lazy. I hear you. Well, I still think I learn new things every day. I don't know, I absorb a lot of they're not staying there. Okay, okay, Finland and you signed a white peace. Again, that got me on a rant. Why did they go to war? That's stupid. I want to click there. Just naturally, I want to click there, but what I really want to do is just get that and then send you down here. Okay, so we can click here, see supply. So we're building up our railways down through here. I want to increase, because these are supply nodes. You don't want to just be relying upon sea supply into this region here. Okay, and I still can't figure out how to beat France or even the Netherlands. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, no, I think this is a game worth learning. And you know, there are Paradox produced tutorials, and then there are other YouTubers producing tutorials, or just simply watching Let's Plays. And I can't, other than just showing you myself by playing, I can't really teach you to play, but I'd happily answer a specific question if you have, or at least try to, if you have questions. Smash their dive bomb, their armor, and bypass their strong points is the key to France. Yeah, well, Jetin, with this game, you can no longer do that. Air has become You can't do that with Hearts of Iron 3. You can do that. With Hearts of Iron 4, all you can do is, and we can do this here, is say put air. Now we're not at war over here, so they won't go over territory that is peace time. But I've just assigned this unit here to do air support, and it's going. And the ones that I could click here, the ones that are sort of golden or brown as opposed to grayed out, I could click, and so they're right now just close air support. And so it will add in a, as we can come over here, I'll sort of show this off. We click here. Here, the enemy has enemy air superiority. So this is affecting the battle. You can't specify beyond that. Now here they have air support. So in this battle they have air support plus we have the negativity of enemy air superiority. Now they no longer do, because the air units are cycled in, the aircraft are cycled in and out and may come back. So you can assign, and with this it's now defaulted to 100 aircraft air units. You can now assign this unit to doing ground support. Or I could, if I, have aircraft that's capable of strategic bombing, but that's going to go after, factories and whatnot. Or you can go after logistic strikes after railways, or you could, try to, if you have air, transport units, you can air supply. So you now just assign air to like the Benelux and have it do ground support, or Northern France. So it's a little less detailed. Yeah, I understand. You learn using multiplayer templates, so they were all massive and overpowered for single player, especially early game. Yeah, multiplayer can be a very different game in this. Thing. I think it's a little bit of a problem that. Research, but we also get more of that. But maybe we want to do. How are we doing for resources? I haven't been bringing about. Okay, we all have more resources than we need. Okay, we're not importing German Reich. Okay, we're importing a little bit, but we have just a little bit under, so that's fine. Soviet Union, we're doing okay there. I mean, we need some imported to meet all of our needs. I just don't want to be importing a huge amount. And we really don't need this now because we grabbed up all this chromium down here and aluminum. So what we're going to do is stop this. So we didn't need to be getting that chromium. That was a mistake. But until we got that, we either needed to be getting the chromium, trading it with Yugoslavia, or trading it with Turkey or somewhere. But now that we've captured chromium here and chromium over there, we're good. And we have another bot over on YouTube for Arno to squish. Now contend with German AI on this run. Yeah, 1,000 Stuka is pretty strong, I understand. Yeah, and so yes, if you have 1,000 Stukas and you put them as ground support, yeah, that's very effective, and that's the kind of thing you should do. You should, as much as possible, you should have mastery of your air, meaning more fighters over your air than the enemy has, and then you want to go after them with ground support. That is very good. And I'm just being very realistic here and happily trying to hold here supply. So with the Germans around, it's using up some of my supply. We're supplying through the railways. I could build some more supply hubs. Maybe I should. But I don't know. Yeah, let's do more. And also this playthrough for me is mostly just, quite honestly, taking a look at the new DLC as opposed to this is the best way to play or I've really got it all nailed down. No, I know it's been a while that this has been out, but I've only been playing this live on, when I've been playing live on the air on Saturdays, and then posting the YouTube videos up. So I have not been playing it any more than that. So it is still experimental for me. When your infrastructure is good enough, you can break through with 5 tank divisions. Yes. If you can keep those supplied, good tank divisions are good. Now, like I say, I really love this new railway mechanic. Okay, so now we're building this last section here, so we're going to... There we go. So even though it's just level 1, it's now coming overland instead of through the sea to there. There. So that way we're getting a little more supply through to there. Once we get all that built. Those are when I tried stacking 5 tanks and break through enemy front lines, but they immediately ate up all the supply. Yeah, you have to watch that. As you can see here, it's not really good here at the moment. It's a little better over here. So I probably should shift here by a division here. And it's how strong and big your divisions are. Yeah, it would be best that I wasn't quite so divisioned up here. And here is just North Africa problems. That will eventually get me that. Resource gain efficiency, or we'll do that. More bugs to kill over on YouTube, Arno, if you're still around. Or Niagara, do you have moderator? I know you're moderator over on Twitch. Are you a moderator on YouTube if you want to go and kill those? I don't know. If you're not, maybe I should make you that as well. Never understood North Africa. Yes, those cities are great supply ports, but the real prize is Alexandria and the mouth of the Suez. Absolutely. And that's what Italy wanted. Because if you notice here, you can see all these divisions barely are have readiness levels, where these are fully ready. So these are getting some supply, these are basically not, so they're hanging on but not well. It would probably be good to move one of these armored divisions up to here. And these guys are all having high attrition levels as well. I think they're getting better with the idea of lack of supply keeping big doom stacks from moving through. Really, for Italy, what else are we going to do? I mean, Germany gave me a bunch of infantry divisions, so I'm leaving there to help when they get ready for invasion of the Soviet Union, because they're going to start the invasion of the Soviet Union while they are well guarding the Swiss border, which is, again, I know I've done this before, but how hard is it? I understand they want a dynamic AI. Now we can talk about whether they're capable of making a good dynamic AI versus a good planned scripted AI. I've seen some good scripted AIs being played out from games from Slytherin. Yeah, I know they're turn-based, and so it's not constantly reevaluating things that Hearts of Iron does. And so there's things that make them easier to do, but they're also scripted out. How hard is it to go Switzerland, AI, you do not need to guard the Swiss border under certain conditions. That is not a threat. And Vichy France is also not a threat. And whatnot. I don't know why it's so hard for them to do this. I just don't get it. I just don't get why they can't carve out things like that. Why you don't need to defend the Spanish border with nationalist Spain. Allies took North Africa in my game. I need to plan an amphibious invasion and overwhelm them with so many different problems. Yes. It would help if I knew how task forces work. Yes, task forces are a bit confusing to me. I ultimately like to just freaking break them apart. Because I want this guy here to be a, like a reaction fleet, and then I want smaller units to be cruising fleets, and then submarines to be commerce raiding and whatnot, and then different things. My suggestion is you need to get naval superiority over a sea region to be able to do an invasion. And then once you do that, if you could, I would suggest, take Crete out. I didn't garrison this before the start of the war, but take out Rhodes if you already have it. I would suggest invading Cyprus, and from there to be able to invade somewhere back in here, whether it's Free French Lebanon or Tel Aviv as rear areas. That would just be my suggestion as an idea. Hitler paranoid to build in the AI low. Yeah, but Hitler wasn't paranoid about either Vichy France or Switzerland or Sweden. I don't know why they're... Well, I guess we do have soldiers. I guess he's guarding the Swedish border. Where he was a total knob and didn't know how to run a country. Well, yeah, but we can also talk about how bad Hitler ran things. All right, well, let's save this. Well, I've been going at it for 4.5 hours, and I need to give my voice a rest. So I want to thank everyone. Swedish smugglers, yes, probably Beam Slam. Are they smuggling into or out of Sweden is the real question. I want to thank everybody, especially Tim, Strongarm, Niagara, Timothy, Sir Toyjet, and Gary for support over on Patreon. But everyone else, if you can just lick the like button. It's very tasty, trust me. And of course, if you're new here, can you please subscribe or follow the channel? And of course, I love you posting your comments. Thanks for following, very much so. And I'll be back next Saturday, I believe. I mean, Christmas is coming up and things I may be. But basically, every Saturday we'll be playing Hearts of Iron, either Hearts of Iron 4 or Hearts of Iron 3, one of the two. And tomorrow, on Sunday, I'll be back with, hopefully, Toyjet, Niagara, Strongarm, and Arno here playing War Thunder. So if you want to join us, and either watching or playing with us, we'd love to have you join. And we'll be playing War Thunder tomorrow here on the channel. So yes, and the history lesson. And like I say, I'll be back, and we'll talk about things as well as play War Thunder tomorrow. And Monday I'll be streaming Strategic Command American Civil War, but the Franco-Prussian DLC on Slytherin TV here on Twitch. But if you're not going to catch that live, I will be putting the episodes up later on my YouTube channel. So you can check all of that out. So I thank everybody for being here and hanging out with me. So see you next time. I really do appreciate everyone. So thanks, everybody. Have a good day, evening, morning, whatever it is for you.